good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, whatever you are. And let's do the YouTubey thing and say good morning to Christy, Christine, and Starlin. Melissa T, Spacey, Stacey, Lola's mom, Ditch Pickle, Huntress. BG, are we all ready to go? Friday, Friday, Friday. Sammy Joe, good morning to you as well. And the lovely Marissa. And talking about Marissa, I thought again I'll steal her work and do a little. We'll do a little update of how the witnesses has come along so far, because again we have heard a lot about what happened after, but we still haven't heard much about other than Kayla what happened at the time. So let's just run it through. Hey Jane, welcome back. And Leslie, hello. I wish I could share a picture. There's two packs sitting 20 feet away from me in my tree looking for breakfast. Oh, hawks, not packs. I thought packs? Did your UPS driver throw them too far? That would be cool. You can share them in the Discord. I'll make somewhere where people can throw random stuff. Good morning, Lolita. How are you this morning? And Helen and Sue. We had a great conversation after the stream yesterday. Danny T, Nonya, and Rastler's mom. Good morning. And the Gold Girl. Secret Squirrel. That's the squirrel you never see. Good morning, Holly. How are you this morning? And Pam Graham. Good morning to you as well. Chelsea B. Wendy U. And that's about it. But let's just do a summary over the witnesses by the help of the very talented M. Young. You had the DCIF saw Harmony with red marks under her eyes in August. Adam said it was playing, followed up in January 2020. Adam said Harmony was with Crystal, left message for Crystal, then became a mailman. That's all the Child Protective Services did in this case. There should be some kind of culpability for those people. Then we had Kimberly Frayne, who I in the gunshots nicknamed the Crack Fairy. She worked with them at Dunkin' Donuts, babysat for the children, provided jumper cables, but only saw two kids in the Audi, which should be around the 7th of December. They got those. Then you have Courtney Garcia, that's the wife of Adam's friend, and gave gas money and food at Thanksgiving. Said that all three children were there, but Adam mentioned sending Harmony back to his mother. And did she though? That's a good headline because I'm not sure she did. Hey, Jamie.
Morning.
Then we had Mr. Bodero, the friendly neighborhood crack dealer. He lived in the apartments, sold them drugs, let them stay in his Audi, said he saw two kids, not Harmony. He contradicted Kayla's testimony because she said he had seen them the entire week up till Harmony died. Then we had the tow truck driver. He only saw two dudes, saw no children. That again contradicts Kayla. She said she was with Adam when they emptied the truck. And Bodero said he didn't take them to the truck because he didn't want all of that crap in his car. So again, not the most trustworthy of witnesses.
Mm-hmm.
Then we had the big guy. Well, he went to bed because he didn't want to help them with jumper cables. Then the officer who reported on both accidents never saw Harmony in the car. Swango, not Swayze. She's the DNA lady, and she just confirmed that the toothbrush was Harmony's because of the DNA, which was used later to prove that the body fluids in the ceiling was Harmony as well. Scott Riley, he removed the ceiling tile and said it smelled like a dead body. Rachel Radridge, Evidence supervisor processed the ceiling tile, said it stunk like dead body. Detective Ray Lammy said they stunk. Also processed the Audi, not the Audi, Jamie. Then we had McMahon, who found specks of blood but couldn't confirm anything. Then we had our so far favorite witness, Yadid Luciano Mondrag. He installed ceiling tiles, saw nothing, doesn't know anyone, smelled nothing. And he was probably pissed. He was probably angry he had to spend a day in court.
Right.
Martin Olovich, the guy who took prints, found Adam's print on the vent for the ceiling tile, never found anything on the cooler, even though they pulled it out and showed her. Then we had Alan Ackroyd Isales, absolutely no swayshare. But he's the guy that they needed to put all the DNA evidence in because he testified about all the sampling he did. Yeah, and he wasted an hour plus about everything he didn't find DNA on. Emily Thompson, she was a driver at the Portland Pie Company, saw the bag, CMC bag with Harmony's remains in. Yeah, and she ran away after testifying. She looked very scared. Cameron Gibney, he was the front of house manager at the Portland Pie Company, saw the bag, saw Adam with the bag, didn't really think much about it. Then we had Eugene Bob Wasson. He worked at Home Depot, confirmed some receipts totaling over $400. They couldn't put Adam at the Home Depot, so I don't know how that proved anything, but it sounds good. Max Rahill documented processing the room, tried to connect cash withdrawal to Home Depot purchase, nothing burger testimony. I totally agree. And his suit was the wrong color for his face. Craig Elsa, Brittany Bedard, rented a room for the Montgomerys, saw the CMC bag in a stroller in the parking lot, now an entrepreneur in Florida. Wink. I don't know. Do you think, can you decipher what Melissa means by that?
Oh, entrepreneur. She's, kind of making fun of that.
She's making a business?
Entrepreneur. Maybe she's entrepreneuring some drugs. I don't know. That's
No,
what I take it as.
She was setting up a UPS business.
Yeah, sure.
I trust her.
Okay.
Dennis Cloutier, really angry he had to fix the drain, which would be, I believe, was it February? He said he had to drain January, February, and he saw some kids on the couch. Can't remember what. And Adam seemed really paranoid. Brendan Middleton, when I saw him, I thought, holy crack! But he was actually well spoken, pretty for all the crackheads. He was the best crackhead. He seemed really. To the matter of factly, not embroidering too much on the story, just talked about, met up with Beach and Brittany, and at the Corner Lodge, they wanted him to rent a U-Haul. He had a passport or a driver's license, and he didn't know either Kayla or Adam. So I liked him. And the last one was Roseanne Smith, and that's the one I think really, it was a good one to end on yesterday. Because the jury must have hated Adam when they walked home yesterday. Because she worked for a non-profit emergency driving service that took them to the methadone clinic and tried to help Kayla because of her black eyes. And Adam grabbed her phone, but when she said, "Adam, I love you," he let go. So that's I think it was a nothing burger, but still it was really good to put in there that he was crazy. And she had seen 2 kids, but not Harmony. So that's the witnesses so far. Thank you, Marissa, for letting. Well, you didn't let me steal it. I just stole it. But yeah, that's so far. Oh, and more people are coming in. More people are coming in. That was the 2 Hawks, Brasler's mom, Holly. Chelsea, Wendy. Hospice Jess was late. And Big Dog. And after Big Dog, we need a little salty dog. Look at that pupper. Oh, Jamie.
Oh, little fluffy head.
Gina, good morning to you. Boston. You like a breakdown? Well, you've been here a part of it. I'll just do the YouTube thing and then I'll give a breakdown. Let's just have to put this live to make sure we know it. Hey, Erin Hack and Ruth Hiddle. But he said
Aaron.
best witness so far. Oh, I might say something in fun sometimes. Lynn Dalton said it. Morning to you. The character synopsis of the game of Clue. Kinda. I guess a lot of pie factory workers smoke before work and stoners can't smell for crits. Probably. Hello, Schöner. Jamie, that's German. It's not Spanish. You think
Oh my goodness. Don't you start too, Zach.
Yeah, he just didn't have time to change. He had to officiate the wedding. She's selling ice in Florida. Yeah, that's hot down there. So that's a good thing to sell down there. No,
Ice in
no,
Florida?
she's out of
Yeah,
that game. She worked part-time for UPS. Lolita Smile and I agree. No courtroom for Turtle Boy today. I think Mello is sick and one of the witnesses are sick. Did you say entrepreneuring, Jamie?
Yeah, entrepreneur. As I'm doing air quotes and you can't see me.
You're probably one of those people. She's probably one of those people that message you, "Hey, girl," and try to make you sign up for a pyramid scheme. Yeah, probably one of those.
Yeah, somebody you haven't spoken to since high school. They're like, hey, how are you? And I'm like, oh, Jesus.
Good morning, genitals. Just stopping by to say good morning. We'll join the replay clue. Oh, we're sad to miss you, but go out and have an amazing Friday. Irish and Wulpy won't be until later. Got to go to work. Stupid work.
Yeah, you don't need it.
Yeah, there's a back end on that one on the 23rd. Yeah, so I don't know how that works either. Carlene, talking about a cute papa. Good morning, KDP. And Marcy Abenati, good morning. I think Harmony died before they were living in the car. Kim, I agree with you. I think she died around the time they got evicted from the house. Siesta Key. Frederick J. Catalano. Cool name. Hey, Christina Shepard. In Chile, Massachusetts. In Denmark, it's nice. It was 13 degrees out today and sun was shining. So I was happy when I could drive to my to get my haircut in shorts and a t-shirt.
Oh. All right. What degree was it?
13 degrees Celsius. So that's in the 40s, I believe, 50s.
You are one of us. That's funny.
The entrepreneur lady also said she graduated college a couple of times. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
She's a real working bee.
Good for her.
I agree, Christy. And imagine I made this my work, sitting here talking to a camera. Well, some like words on games, some get nightmares. You are self-employed. Well, kind of. So, she's self-employed too. You'll be jumping back and forth between me and Nate, who is covering the. Oh, that Fanny! I watched it over at Shizzy this morning. Talk about being entitled.
Yeah, I heard about it.
Do you get in trouble with HR at Christmas parties? My last Christmas party was kind of a mess. We had to get HR. The boss, he was handsy that night.
Oh, please be seated. They're all here already? Okay, I think we just need Attorney Agati, right?
Also, who are the
Grab
two
him.
other guys? From the car accident, I think he just didn't know one of them was Adam Montgomery, because I believe Adam signed the papers. We're expecting snow tonight. I agree. Do you think Kayla's mom lied when she saw Harmony after Thanksgiving? I do. Because it came out in a weird way. I can't describe why I got the feeling, but I just got a feeling that I don't know. What do chat think? If she was unalive at the time of the eviction, did Kayla's mom lie on the stand seeing her in November right before Thanksgiving? It wouldn't surprise me. No, I got that feeling. Rossman Ralph to the rescue.
Aw.
55 Fahrenheit. Yeah, that's hot. Then it started to rain, so I had to have a sweater on back from the gym. Right before, then when they came back before December 1st, she wasn't with them, meaning in 3 days they unalived her. Yeah, and she's not supposed to be unalived until the 7th of December, so I think she lied. Morning, Bebop and Kelly M. Oh, someone wanted an update. So far, we only have Kayla testifying to anything connecting Adam to the murder. And I don't trust her farther than I can throw a midget. And other than that, what has been, we know from the DNA evidence, she was on the ceiling tile. We don't know anything about, was she in the cooler? Because there's no biological evidence in the cooler in any of the cars. There's no fingerprint evidence on the cooler. The only thing, if we break it down bare bones, the only thing we know for certain is her toothbrush was in the car and she has been on the ceiling and they rented a U-Haul. That's all that's been proven so far if we are 100% truthful, because Kayla, I won't trust her. She says what she says to get out of things. Am I wrong, Jamie?
No, she is a lying sack of bones.
Yeah, but other than that, they haven't proven anything. Hey,
Nope.
Nikki, to you all.
They haven't proven how she died, when, or even with whose hands did it.
Yeah,
Or if she got into some stash and it happened accidentally.
the only part you can't reconcile is if Harmony was deceased before living in the car, why would her DNA be in the ceiling at fit? Because she was decomposing at that time. And you asked, why is it in the Sebring? Did anyone? She claimed they stayed in the Sebring at the house of Bondero, but he says they. I don't. Yeah, I don't. I can't. I can't help you with that one. But I just, yeah. Kayla will get access to those kids because her mom has them. You believe Kayla's mom? I believed her for the most part, but not the part about seeing them. There was something in the way she said it. Kind of like she remembered she had to say the 29th because she talked about her being on the couch. And again, no one else puts her anywhere in that time frame. That's my big problem. I don't know. I just think there's, because I want to find him guilty of everything, but if we are open and honest, they haven't proven. that he killed her. They have proven he most likely dismembered her, and he carried her around falsified evidence. I feel that's been proven, which he testified to. I feel the second-degree assault by 3 witnesses seeing her with the black eye. I feel that's proven, but the murder is the problem I have. I know he will most likely be convicted of murder, but I just don't think the murder happened the way they are claiming. I think she
Yeah.
was dead all the time in the car. The weird part is why carry her body. Kelly, that's what I get into all the time. Why carry a body around for months? It's so stupid. Audie Sebring. I trust Tone Capone more than Kayla. Yep. Yeah. This is the biggest
100%.
problem with this case. Everyone lies because of something. Fed has a new picture.
He's always switching it up. Hi, Fed.
Yeah, I like your haircut, Fed. I agree about the notes. I thought it was odd that the mother didn't give them food for Thanksgiving, but Daryl brought 2 days old food to them in the car. You can be real. No, actually, he brought a week old because he said he didn't see them until the 7th.
All rise for the jurors.
So it's a week old Thanksgiving food. And that's why I don't trust his recollection of it that much either. But where was the body stored then at that time? Or, no, I won't go into that one. It looks good.
All rise for the jury.
Yeah, you look and stuff like that. Maybe they had her stored somewhere else, never took her in the car, but had to retrieve her and put her in the ceiling.
Morning, ladies
Maybe
and
under
gentlemen.
that,
Maybe seated.
they talked about the deck
Seat is ready.
outside
You
from
may call your
Daryl's
next
house.
witness.
I don't know. Hey, Cindy Lou, you snuck in. You feel it's beyond reasonable. Well, it's not. We don't judge each other. We just help each other to air it out. And I like that you were convinced. I'm just not 100%, but maybe I'm just a little less trustworthy of Kayla. But that's fine.
Well,
We watched it
from
together.
the
He will
evidence-
be convicted in the end.
yeah, from the evidence we've heard, I don't think it went down the way Kayla said it went down. That's the whole point.
No, I think they both had a hand in killing her. I don't think the punching, but still, it's fine that people don't see it the
Yeah.
same way as us. We open
Absolutely.
discussion. We don't do the court TV thing and just set 25 people to yell at you until you leaves. I
Yeah.
went to court TV and said something. I was yelled at.
Oh, Jesus.
I just asked if they thought Kayla should have been charged.
Yeah, they said no.
Well, a few of them said yes.
Thank you, sir. You can make yourself
And some people called me an idiot, and he should not have been allowed to have a defense because he's an
And
a-hole.
Mr. Beach, I'm just going to remind you that it's a big
Okay.
room and all the jurors need to hear you. So please keep
Oh,
your
this is
voices up,
Mr.
okay?
Beach. He's the guy.
Mr. Beach, can you start by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
My name is Travis Beach, TravisBeach.
And Mr. Beach, what city and state do you live in?
I currently live in Concord, New Hampshire.
And how long have you been a New Hampshire resident?
All my life, 39 years.
You're 39 years old.
Yes, sir.
And are you currently employed?
Yes, sir.
How are you employed?
I work at EB Metals in Bow, New Hampshire.
And what do you do for them?
There's
Of course it
studs, RC.
That's the 17th tomorrow.
It's construction metal.
And can you tell these jurors what kind of work you've done in your life, in your career?
Carpentry, roofing.
No one has said what happened other than Kayla because it's not the defense's case so far. And if you go back and watch it, I yelled at them for not trying to say Kayla was lying. So I'm not saying the defense is doing a good job of what they should be doing. I'm just sure that that's not the full story when you see all of the rest of the timeline. We had the timeline that Ariel made. To me, that doesn't make that much sense.
Tree work, painting. Yeah, that's about it.
Mr. Beach, what was your highest level of education?
I graduated 12th, sir.
You graduated high school?
Yes, sir.
And I want to switch gears just a bit. Back in March of 2020, where were you residing?
Congress State Prison.
Okay. In early March.
I was Manchester, New Hampshire.
Okay. And at some
You
point
see,
in
I
March,
tried to
you
put it in the
were
banner
arrested,
who the
is that
people
right?
are.
Correct.
Okay. Prior to that arrest, do you remember the date of that arrest?
I don't, not off the hand.
Yes, he was the renter, but this was the guy who made him rent it. I know it's confusing. It's a crack den.
Does March 5th sound
I'll change the banner to say making the guy rent a U-Haul.
correct?
I
Prior to
like that
March
he said he
5th
was
of
in jail,
2020,
and he's
where-
like,
where
"Well,
were you
wait,
living?
earlier."
I was it was Manchester, New Hampshire. I'm not sure the address.
And that's fine. You were in Manchester?
Yes, sir.
And who did you reside with in Manchester?
Barbara Ewell.
Do you know someone named Brittany Bedard?
Yes, sir.
How do you know Miss Bedard?
She's my ex-girlfriend.
And during that period that we're talking about, early March of 2020, was she your girlfriend?
Yes, sir.
And how long at that point had you known Miss Bedard?
10 years.
Did she reside with you, with Miss Ewell?
No, sir.
Mr. Beach, do you know an individual named Brendan Middleton?
Yes, sir, I do.
And how do you know Mr. Middleton?
Through we were working together at Accurate Tree Service.
How long have you known Mr. Middleton?
Yes.
About 5 years.
And that's at that point back in March of 2020.
Yes, sir.
How would you describe your relationship with him? Were you friends or something else?
I wouldn't say friends. It was more of a co-worker at the time.
Okay. I want to switch gears for just a moment. You mentioned going to state prison
Yes, sir.
on March 5th of 2020. Were you convicted of a theft by deception and theft by unlawful taking back in 2019?
That's correct.
Were you also convicted of theft by deception in a 2014 case?
Yes, sir.
How about theft by unlawful taking in a 2016 case?
I believe I was incarcerated at that time.
Okay. Turning to this case, do you know someone named Adam Montgomery?
Yes. Yes, sir.
And how long have you known Mr. Montgomery?
Since he was 17 years old.
17. Would you recognize him if you saw him today?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach this witness?
Yes, you may.
So he's a professional renter of a stateroom.
Mr. Beach, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 101.
Hey,
Do
Liz.
you recognize the individual depicted in this image?
Yes, sir.
Who do you recognize this to be?
Adam Montgomery.
The same Adam Montgomery you've known since you were 17?
Yes, sir.
I've known him since I was 17.
And back in early March of 2020, February into March of 2020, had you recently reconnected with Mr. Montgomery?
Yes, sir.
And how did that happen?
I was at the mall in New Hampshire, and I was at the food court, and Adam was there with his girlfriend, and that's how him and I started talking again.
Do you remember his girlfriend's name?
Kayla.
And at some point after that interaction that you had with him at the mall, did he contact you requesting your help with something?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors what the nature of that communication was?
He asked me if I could rent him a U-Haul, and I said yes.
And do you recall when he contacted you?
For the U-Haul,
for the U-Haul?
later on during the day.
I want to back up for just a moment. Back in March of 2020, did you have a Facebook account?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall what your Facebook account, the name of that Facebook, your name on that Facebook account was?
Travis Beach.
Did you have,
Or
were you friends with the defendant on that Facebook account?
yes, sir.
And so when he contacted you and asked you to rent him a U-Haul, what did you do?
I didn't hesitate. He's a friend. I wasn't thinking of anything negative. I was at his apartment. I saw everything packed up. I put one and one together, thought it was two, but it wasn't.
Okay. And let me stop you there, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Middleton. You said you were at his apartment and you saw things packed up.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember where his apartment was?
Abuse of a corpse, yes.
Union Street, I believe.
And that's here in Manchester?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you were at his apartment?
No,
2020.
because the charge doesn't say that.
Were you at his apartment with Brittany Bedard, with Miss Bedard that you mentioned?
Yes, sir, I was.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Yeah, for a guy who has been in contact with the system so for this long, he does look a little scared.
So, Mr. Bedard,
He has
Mr.
6
Beach,
brothers?
I'm showing you States Exhibit 55. Do you recognize the individual depicted there?
Adam Montgomery's son.
Okay. And you mentioned that Miss Beach was with you during that interaction.
Yes, sir.
Does this accurately reflect?
I think they're afraid of catching charges or catching some of the fire that will come down when all of this is gone through. They are so afraid that anything will be linked back to them, and I would be too.
Your memory of his son that day that you went to the apartment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you just read the date at the bottom of that image?
Sunday, March 1st, 2020 at 6:02 p.m.
So having that in mind, does that refresh your recollection as to the actual day that you went to the defendant's apartment on Union Street?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any discussions with the defendant when you went to that apartment street?
We had multiple. Yes, sir.
Sadly not.
With respect to the rental of a U-Haul van,
I'm sorry.
specific to the rental of a U-Haul van.
Yes,
what were
sir.
those discussions that you had with the defendant?
We did. What were the discussions?
What did he say to you?
He asked me to rent him a U-Haul. He needed to move stuff, and that's it.
And you wanted to help, it sounds
Yes,
like.
sir.
Did you help him, and did you in fact help him rent a U-Haul?
Not per se myself. I got somebody to rent him a U-Haul. So in aspect, yes, sir.
Okay. And I want you to walk us through that. You said you got someone to rent him a U-Haul.
Yes, sir.
Who is that someone that you're referring to?
Brendan Middleton.
And the same Brendan Middleton that at that point you'd known for 5 years?
Yes, sir.
And so this wasn't the same day, this was a separate day. Can you walk us through getting that U-Haul with Brendan Middleton?
I myself didn't have a license at the time.
Surprise. No, you don't want to come back and say, hey, weren't you the guy that helped dispose of that poor little girl? Come on.
So I asked Brittany to get Brittany Bedard to get the U-Haul, and she couldn't. So we had Brandon Middleton rent the U-Haul because he's the one that had the license at the time.
The day that you got the U-Haul, Where were you staying? Where were you sleeping that day?
At the time, at Barbara Yule's house.
At some point during that period, did you go to the Econo Lodge and stay there?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall how many nights you stayed there?
One night.
Do you know whose name that room was in?
Pretty sure it was Brittany Bedard's.
And did the defendant also stay at that hotel with you?
Yes, sir.
Separate room or same room?
Separate room. He was on the first floor, and I was on the second floor.
So you're staying at this hotel. At what point do you go and get the U-Haul?
Remember the
It was
microphone.
later on during the night. It was like it was dark. It was dark out, so 8-ish.
And can you tell the jurors who you went with? Who accompanied you to get the U-Haul?
Myself, Brittany Bedard, Brendan Middleton.
Okay. And where did you go to get that U-Haul?
The
Nope.
U-Haul place on South Willow Street here in Manchester, New Hampshire.
South Willow Street.
Yes, sir.
What did you do after getting the U-Haul, Mr. Peach?
There's a gas station right next to the U-Haul place. We stopped there, put gas in it, and then we went back to the Econo Lodge.
When you say we went back to the
I'm
Econo
sorry.
Lodge,
Myself, Brittany Bedard, and Brendan Middleton.
and what did you do when you returned to the Econo Lodge?
We did drugs at the Econo Lodge.
Yes?
Yeah, why the two Econo Lodges room? I never thought about that. Because Kayla and Adam, I understand. Well, I don't understand it, but he drove away from there, so they stayed there
Mr.
that
Peach, when you
night.
say we did drugs,
Yes,
who is
sir.
the we that you're referring to?
Myself, Brittany Bedard, Adam, and Kayla Montgomery.
And
Be
what
nice.
drugs are you referring to? What kind of drugs?
Cocaine.
Is that crack cocaine?
Yes, sir.
At some point during that time, while you're doing drugs, did you exchange?
Yes, sir.
Did you provide him U-Haul keys?
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about that interaction. Can you tell the jurors where you were when you gave him the keys and what specifically he told you?
Myself and Brittany Bedard gave the keys to Adam Montgomery, which he was staying at the Econo Lodge on the first floor. After that, Adam Montgomery and myself went outside to smoke a cigarette. He was pacing back and forth. He said he effed up, and I asked him what he meant, and all he could say and repeat was he effed up. And I'm not sure.
And you said he repeated that.
Yes, sir.
How many times did he repeat?
4 or 5 times.
When you say F, did he actually say the word?
Yes, sir.
What did he say? Can you tell the jurors?
Am I allowed to say it? I fucked up.
He repeated that
Yes, sir.
multiple
I
times.
apologize.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ariel, that's the part we
Did you
don't
ask him to
get.
clarify?
I did.
Yeah.
And he did not.
Did he say anything when you asked him to clarify?
All he kept saying was that I fucked up.
Where was Kayla during that conversation?
Kayla was in the first floor at the Econo Lodge with Brittany.
But if you have known them
I think you said
since
this
you were
already, but at
15
that
and they are
point,
hardened criminals, you just say, yeah, that's fine.
Correct.
At any point during your time at that Econo Lodge, did you see the defendant drive the U-Haul?
I did not.
At some point, did you go back to your own room with Miss Bedard?
Yes, sir.
And prior to going back to your own room, had you seen him drive the U-Haul at all?
No, I did not.
Was the sun out when you went back to your own room, or
No, sir. It was still nighttime.
it was nighttime?
Yes, sir.
And do you know what the defendant did with the U-Haul?
I don't.
Did you attempt to get in touch with him the following day about the U-Haul?
No, sir.
Do you think seeing those your Facebook messages would refresh your recollection on that point?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
So, Mr. Peach, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 139.
Yes, sir.
Will you take a look at the second page of this document and just look up when you're done?
This is way later than the sibling. But This is after they stayed at the Union Street, so that's why. But maybe it's cheaper to rent a U-Haul than a car.
So let me ask you this while you're reviewing. Do you recognize what that is?
No, sir.
She saw
So-
them in the parking lot, was what she said. She didn't say anything about doing drugs.
At the top of the page, does it say something there?
Meta platform businesses record?
Meta platform business records.
Yes.
Um,
Sorry.
Are you familiar with Meta?
No, sir.
All right, so let's look on. Does it say what the service is there?
Facebook.
Okay, and then halfway down the page, does it say first and last name?
First name Travis, middle name is blank, last name is Beach.
Okay, and I want to talk about the specific records.
Yes, sir.
Just a moment.
Only because Iris isn't here to keep you in check, you forgot. Hope she's doing better today.
For sure.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask that you review page 139, and I'm going to point you right here. If you can start there, and then this is front and back, so you just go through.
Would you like me to read out loud? Or?
No, just to yourself.
Okay.
And so I'm going to draw your attention to right here, this message.
Iris is hanging around. And Jamie.
I'm here. But y'all are doing okay. Everybody's an
So
adult.
having reviewed that, does that refresh your recollection with respect to whether or not you reached out to the defendant about the U-Haul?
I mean, it's right. I don't remember it, but it states right there. So yes.
All right, and I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 140.
Yes, sir.
And I'm just going to ask you to read that top message.
Out loud.
Nope, to yourself. And is that the same message you just read on your?
On the display. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So with respect to these messages, are they fair and accurate in terms of the messages that you exchanged with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I move to strike what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 140 and mark full and published to the jury.
Any objection?
140 is the communication as opposed to the certified records. No objection to 140.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published.
Okay. I'm going to take these back.
Yes, sir.
That's very true, Jane. Now they've learned all these details and they're like
We're going to go.
freaking out.
So I'm going to put the exhibit that's in front of you, States Exhibit 140, up on the screen behind you. And I'm just going to ask that you look back and take a look at what's on the screen, the TV screen behind you. Other than the little red sticker at the bottom, is that the same image that you have in front of you?
Yes, sir.
And so you can refer to the image in front of you, but I'm just going to ask that you identify a few things. Starting with the top message, can you tell us who the sender of that message is? What's the name of the individual? It says next to author,
Travis Beach.
and that's you.
Correct.
Hey, Just Jen. Hey, Tracy.
Can you tell us when that message was sent? And it's right below the author's name.
March 4th, 2020 at 1947.
And do you see where it says UTC?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with Coordinated Universal Time, Mr. Beach?
No, sir.
Fair to say, though, it's not Eastern Standard Time.
Correct.
Okay. And can you tell us what you wrote? The slide immediately, or the message that says body.
Bro, what U-Haul did you drop it off at? Because he just got a text saying the van was supposed to be back at 2, so please let me know. WTF is going on.
And after you sent that message, did you immediately send another message? Can you go to the next, where it says body?
ASAP.
So if you can refer to the message below, can you tell us who the author of that message is?
Facebook.
Okay, and is there a specific number attached to that?
Next to Facebook?
Next to Facebook.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what that number is? Can you read it for us?
100000907885803.
Okay, and you initially said this was your communication with the defendant, Adam Montgomery. Did that used to have a name? When you made those messages, when you communicated with the defendant, did his Facebook account have a name?
Adams?
Adams.
Yes, sir.
What was the name of his Facebook account?
Adam Montgomery?
Okay, and that's no longer there. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you can go to when that message was sent, just below the author. And if you can read the date and time of the response.
3/4/2020, 1947.
So if you can go to the next message where it
sorry.
says sent.
You want me to read the number again?
No, not the number, the time where it says sent under the Facebook author. So the next line down from that.
000820.
Okay, and what's the date associated with that time? And I have it up behind you if you need to refer to that.
3/5/2020.
Okay. And if you can refer to the actual body of the message that you received from the defendant, can you read that for us?
Please don't message me stuff like this on Facebook again.
Okay, you've skipped one message. If you can go up to the message before that.
I dropped it off on Willow, my word.
All right, and let's go to the next message. If you can tell us that's also from the defendant, can you verify that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what's the time of that message?
000844.
And that again is UTC,
Yes, sir.
and same date as the last message. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, now let's go to the body of that message. If you can read that to the jurors.
Please don't message me stuff like this on Facebook again.
Do you know why the defendant didn't want you messaging stuff to him about a U-Haul rental?
No.
And let me back up. You said earlier you didn't know what he was using this U-Haul for.
Correct.
Did you ask him?
No, sir.
Why not?
Honestly, I didn't think I had to because I saw all his belongings packed up, and during the day, he said he was having problems with DCYF. So I kind of figured that he was moving.
And were you aware that he had just moved into that apartment?
No, sir. Did
you ask Kayla what the U-Haul was for?
I wasn't allowed to talk to Michaela.
Why weren't you allowed to talk to Kayla?
I didn't ask.
Mr. Beach, did you ever meet a child named Adam Montgomery?
No, sir. No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Beach. No additional questions for you, sir.
And good morning, Mr. Beach.
Yes, sir.
I'm Jamie Brooks and I represent Mr. Montgomery. You indicated on direct examination that you reconnected with Adam. I believe you said it was February of 2020.
I didn't say February.
Do you know when it was?
Honestly, no.
But it was at the Mall of New Hampshire,
Correct.
food court specifically.
Correct.
Fair to say that it was prior to these March events.
Yeah. Yes.
And Kayla was with Adam at the food court.
Correct.
Were any kids with Adam and Kayla at the food court?
They're two sons.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, no additional questions for this witness. I'd ask that he be excused.
All right, any all right, you may step down. You are excused, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes?
All right, well, that was fun.
Time the state to call Ms. Tara Hilbert to the stand. Morning, Ms. Hilbert.
Good morning.
If you would please watch your step on the cords there, and if you could just remain standing when you get to the podium, please. So I have just a little bit of a tech issue. We're all set. Hilbert, you go ahead and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony that you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Hilbert, as we're being recorded here today, would you please go ahead and state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Tara Hilbert, Tarahilbert.
Thank you, Ms. Hilbert. And what town are you living in right now?
Manchester, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived in Manchester?
Almost 8 years.
Okay. And where do you live? What street?
Orange Street.
On Orange Street?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do for work?
Pretty much the property manager for over there.
Okay. And when you say the property manager, how many buildings do you help manage?
Just for that property, there's 4 buildings on that property. And then there's other properties elsewhere, but
Okay. So do you help manage the other properties elsewhere as well as the 4 there?
if the landlord needs help, yes.
Okay. How long have you been doing that?
5 years? 4 years? 5 years?
4 or 5 years? And how far did you go in school?
10th grade.
10th grade. All right. What are some of the other things that you will do for the landlord to help out for those 4 properties or for properties elsewhere? Can you kind of describe what some of your duties are to the jury?
I will help maintenance clean out apartments if they need it. Clean before tenants moving in, I will completely finish
Sorry,
cleaning
family
it.
emergency.
I'll meet with new tenants before moving in, give them keys.
Thank you,
If
Iris.
anybody needs any help, have any questions, they usually come to me. and I take care of it.
I'm about to say, do they call you, or sometimes they usually even maybe knock on your door
Yes.
since you're right there?
Yes.
Do you know an individual by the name of Dennis Cloutier?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know him?
That is our maintenance man.
Big beard?
Yes.
All right. How long have you known him?
8 years.
And with regards to the properties that you talked about, you take care of, is one of those properties 644 Union Street?
Yes.
Mr. Cloutier, do you know whether he has done work there at 644 Union Street?
Yes.
If I could approach you, please, Your Honor.
Silver, I'd like to go ahead and show you.
It's not a big emergency. It's just a divorce thing. So, and she was in the firearms trial too, yeah. Because the guns were stored at Union Street, as far as I remember. So, thank you but it's just stupid when people get divorced after 30 years.
136 and 137. And just ask generally whether or not you recognize those images.
Yes.
What do you recognize them to be?
Well, I don't have to go. I just have to
This is my building that I live in.
talk to people.
This is the corner of Orange and Union, and then the other property.
Oh, she was the one that
Union Street.
where they were out in the
On 136.
in the yard talking about the guns. Yeah, now I remember her.
That is my back parking lot.
Yeah, she was the one where they sat out in the courtyard, right, Jane?
644 Union.
Yes.
I'm going to leave these up here with you for a moment. But I'm also going to project them up on the screen.
Sorry.
Specifically looking at Exhibit 136, if you could just look onto the screen for a quick minute, Ms. Hilbert, just to confirm that's the same image.
Yes.
All right. And you went ahead and said that there was, well, could you please point out where 644 Union Street is in this, kind of the intersections?
This is Orange Street.
Mhm.
This is Union.
Okay.
This is 644.
So that's 644. The building that's right on the corner of Orange and Union, is that also one of the ones that you manage? Okay. And what about the building just to the right? If we go, that'd be west on Orange Street there. Yes. Is that also one of the properties that you manage?
That's my building.
That's your building. Okay. With regards to a person by the name of Adam Montgomery, do you know who that is? All right. And who's that?
It was a old tenant of ours.
Could you please point out what was the building that Mr. Montgomery was staying in? That one there? Right. I'd like to switch now to Exhibit 137. I've got that on the screen. I just want to confirm, if you would please, that what you're looking at on the screen matches 137 that's in front of you on the desk. Okay. And from this angle, could you please point out where Orange Street and Union Street are again, that same intersection?
This is Orange Street.
Mhm.
And that's Union.
So the back side of that 644 Union Street, which building is that? Okay, the one looks like a porch built off the back.
Well, these are three separate numbers: 640, 642, 644.
Oh, okay. Those units inside those buildings, are they all accessible from the back as well as from the front?
Yes.
Right. And that, could you please point out the parking lot that's used by the people who live in that building?
Right here.
Right there. Okay. And with regards to your building, is that the building on the far left-hand side of the screen, still on this side of Orange?
This one, yes.
That's the one. Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Hilbert. Please feel free to have a seat. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
With regards to Adam Montgomery, you also know an individual by the name of Kayla Montgomery.
I do.
How did you first meet Adam Montgomery?
I don't know our first interaction. I remember seeing him here and there. And then I feel like it had to do with the kids because I had a child, their children's age.
Well,
And it kind of just went from there.
I've been divorced.
With regards to, you said you had a child the same age as their children's age. How many children did they have that you saw?
At that time?
Yes.
Two.
Two. Did your child and their children play together sometimes? And where would they play?
In the parking lot.
The same one that we see here on Exhibit 137?
More at the parking lot on my side.
Okay.
But yeah,
At the time, Adam Montgomery, what was he doing for work? Do you know?
he was not working at that time that I'm aware of.
Separate from that, did you ever visit him inside his apartment?
No.
Okay. Where would you interact with him?
In the parking lot, my porch, and he was in my house a couple times.
And why was he in your house a couple times?
We were feeding him, Kayla, and the kids.
What time of year was that?
Summertime.
So like a grill out or something?
Yes.
All right. Did he ever say anything to you about having a daughter by the name of Harmony?
He did.
Okay. What did he say about Harmony?
Just that he had a daughter named Harmony and that he hadn't seen her in a couple of years because her mother took her back to Massachusetts.
That's what he told you.
Yes.
And when would this have been that you had this conversation with him? What year?
2020.
2020?
Yep.
All right. Would you have conversations with him also in, let's say, to 2021 as well? With regards to, let me just say this. Did he ever say specifically where Harmony was with her mother?
I want to say it was Lowell.
Okay.
Lowell, Mass.
All right. That's your memory?
Yeah.
And when he was living next door, I'm sorry, not next door, but he was living in Union Street and you were over on Orange Street, right? So it's not technically next door.
To me, it's next door, but yeah.
Okay. Right. With regards to the residents at Union Street during the time period that he was living there, how would you describe those neighbors? Were they average? Were they quiet? Were they loud?
I didn't see them the first 6 months of them living there.
Oh, and by them you mean
Adam and Kayla. Oh,
okay.
is that what we were talking about?
Well, yeah. Let me revise the
Sorry.
question. That's all right. That's all right. That's on me for not asking a clear question. So you didn't see them for the first 6 months. Let me go with that for a minute.
Yeah.
All right. And how would you get into their apartment from this photo that we're looking at here?
Can I stand up?
Yes, if you could.
So their back door is like right there.
Okay. So I see you're kind of pointing to the bottom left of that stair structure on the top right-hand side of the, or top right-hand, let's say, quadrant of the image. Is that right? Would you say that's the top right area of that
You when you
photo?
get here, Beach Girl.
To me, it's left, but
Top left. Okay. Top left of the stairs. Okay. But overall, if I looked at the whole photo, would you say it's the top right-hand side of the photo?
yes.
All right. With regards to the noise, was there ever any noise complaints in those buildings
From other tenants, yeah.
from other tenants?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever receive one from Adam Montgomery?
Not that I recall. I think everybody stayed away from him. They just stayed.
Objection. Sustained.
I'll rephrase the question, Ms. Hilbert. So with regards to that particular building, did you ever respond to any sort of noise complaints at that building?
No.
Okay. And I mean 644 Union Street, that building?
No.
All right. And let me ask, with regards to Adam Montgomery, did he ever tell you where they were living prior to them living at 644 Union?
Yeah, they told me that they had stayed with.
Sustained. Rephrase the question, please.
One
Okay,
person is thinking he's doing a good job. The other one thinking.
What,
he's
if anything, did Adam tell you about the location of where he had been living prior to him coming to be with you?
I knew about the FIT program they were in, and then
Did he
living
ever
with
say about any other residence he lived in before Fit?
a car.
A car. Thank you. I'd like to ask a few questions with regards to Kayla Montgomery. Did you have conversations or communicate with her as well?
Yes.
And I'm not going to go into the substance of what those conversations were, but what were the ways that you would communicate with each other?
Sometimes through Facebook Messenger, other times on my porch parking lot.
In April of 2021, at any time, did you take Kayla away from the Union Street apartment?
I did,
Why?
because Adam had beat her pretty bad.
How did she look when you saw her?
Really bad.
And when you say really bad, can you describe where you saw, I'm sorry, did you see any injuries on her?
I did.
Where did you see those injuries?
Her eyes, her nose, she was covered in blood.
Where did you take her?
to a hotel in Hooksett.
When was the last? Did she have anybody with her when you took her to the hotel in Hooksett?
Her 2 boys and the little girl that she had just had.
The baby? Later on, did the Montgomerys, both Adam Montgomery and Kayla Montgomery, and the children move out of that apartment?
Yeah, they got evicted.
Okay. Were you a part of the clean out that was done on that apartment?
Was not.
Who would have come in to do that clean out?
Dennis.
And when a clean out is done of the apartments, when you manage them and the ones that you've seen, what's the sort of work that gets done on those apartments?
Pretty much just throw everything in trash bags, and I specifically put it on the outside porch, and Dennis will come pick it up with the trailer and take it to the dump.
What about with regards to any of the sort of appliances inside? Are appliances changed?
Yes.
And what's the typical turnaround time for a new renter to come in?
It all depends how damaged the apartment is prior. Sometimes it'll take over a month to fix the damages.
Once the apartment is ready to rent, usually what's the time period between that and when a new tenant would move in?
They're doing really good at
I'd say
he had
a
a
2 weeks.
Okay, so a week
Really
to 2
big
weeks as assuming the apartment's okay, that's the turnover time.
Yeah.
Let me just have a moment, please, Your Honor.
I think they're doing pretty well at getting it into the jury's head that he was an absolute crazy.
Okay, Ms. Hilbert, thank you
maniac.
very much. Those are all the questions that I have. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, Dave.
Hi, Dave. You testified about a conversation with Adam where he indicated that Harmony was with her mother and you thought perhaps
Low
Lowell.
Raiders.
Yes.
And that conversation came up in the context of him talking about missing her, right? And he sort of asked, well, where is she? And that was his answer.
Yes.
I don't know him.
Now, you also talked about seeing Kayla with black eyes.
Yes.
And you're pretty emotional about that, right? Because you and Kayla had become very good friends.
Not just that.
Oh, right, of course. But one of the reasons was that she was quite dear to you.
For those who came over with the Mo raid, this is a property manager who kind of befriended Kayla and Adam at the Union Street 644 address. She had at one point taken Kayla away, driven her to a hotel because Adam had beaten her severely. And as Palola's mom said, you drive her to a motel, not a hospital or police station. Just why? And yes, they got evicted from that apartment as well. Hey, Jude. So nice to see you.
Hi, Jude.
And Dave, nice to see you as well.
Yeah, good to see you,
Yes.
David.
And over the course of the time that she moved in, you didn't really meet him for about 6 months. But then when you met him, you and Kayla became good friends.
Slowly, but yes.
And during that, after Kayla was arrested, you contacted her in jail.
Yep.
And you remained good friends with her.
For about a month, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Stalin, agree. Drugs is an enhancer, but you are still a bad person.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. No
Yeah, I missed you, Dave.
You may sit down.
Thank you.
witness to be excused, please.
Oh,
Any objection? No objection. Witness
people
is
thought it was
excused.
Mexican law show. No, it was I Am Dave I was talking about. Yeah.
Statement called. Its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point, the state would like to call Ms. Jessica Guerin. Stand, please.
I remember that.
I mean,
name
are they
too.
going to call anybody that proves a murder?
No, because there's
Are we
only
just going
Kayla.
to, yeah, well, are we only going to reel in people that are like,
No, from right now we are way after the murder. This is just to put all the evidence in there.
yeah,
Morning, sir. Please go up right near the bed and watch your step on the electrical cords there. And if you would please remain standing if the witness standing there.
You make sure your phone is turned off.
it is.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Guerin, would you please go ahead and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear
Ms.
that the
Guerin.
testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. And Ms. Guerin, as we're being recorded here today, would you please go ahead and state your full name? Oh, I apologize. Did I leave some photos up? Thank you very much.
I remember her from the first trial as well.
Oh, maybe it's not.
She was just asked if her phone was turned off.
I thought I got it off. I'm shutting it off right now.
Well, at least she had an alarm set for court.
Yeah.
Is it off or in mute?
I'm trying. I don't know. It's a new phone. I'm so sorry. I thought I had it off all the way.
Scroll
Well,
down.
we'll
hit
try to
the-
make our testimony quick, but we do need to have it in mute, please.
Yep.
Hit the
I'm
little
doing
play button on it, or moon. Come on.
Like,
All right. Thank you, Ms.
it.
Karen.
So sorry.
That's okay. If you would please go ahead, since we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name, spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Jessica Guerin, Jessica Guerin.
And Ms. Karen, are you a New Hampshire resident?
I am.
How long have you been living in state?
About 13 years.
Well, 13 years.
I'm just going to ask, I'll ask both of you, please keep your voices up. It's a big room. All the jurors need to be able to hear you.
Ms. Karen, let me ask you, you said you've been living here about 13 years?
Yes.
Okay. With regards to that, what city do you currently reside in?
Manchester,
And how long have you been living in Manchester?
about a year.
How far did you go in school?
I'm still in school,
Okay. What are you studying?
psychology,
Okay. And where are you studying psychology?
UNH.
UNH. And how much longer do you have to go on your program?
About 3 years.
And let me ask you, what sort of work have you had up until this point?
I've worked as a debt collector. I've worked in drug and alcohol rehabs, Dunkin' Donuts.
All right.
Dunkin'
You said
Donuts.
you've worked in drug and
Dunkin'
alcohol
Donuts.
rehabs. I'd like to ask, did you ever work at a location in a rehab center called Granite State Recovery back in May of 2021?
I did.
And what were your job duties there?
I was a recovery support specialist. So when clients would come in, they were usually pretty emotionally like in the air. So I was the person that kind of helped keep them level headed and stay.
Okay.
I would run groups also.
Did you ever meet, and,
I can buy
and
that,
separate from
Sandra.
that, I'd like to ask, did you ever meet an individual by the name of Adam Montgomery?
I did.
All right. And I'd like to go ahead
Yeah.
and show you.
What's been marked exhibit 101.
I mean, you gotta pop a little shoulder out. It's supposed to be a little smexy shirt
That's this person.
Yes.
with the turtle.
Adam Montgomery.
Adam Montgomery, the person that you met in May 2021.
Correct.
Let me ask you, you also know
An individual by the name of Shane Perkins.
I do.
Okay. And how do you know Shane Perkins?
It was somebody that I dated that was a friend of Adam's.
Was that back during this same time period of 2021?
Correct. That's right when I met Adam.
At the time, where was Shane living?
At one of the facilities.
Okay. And with
he
regards
started
to
dating one in-
Adam Montgomery, do you know where he was living back then?
Yeah, same house.
Same house?
Mhm.
And where was that house? What city?
Auburn Street. I think it was 241 Auburn Street.
Oh, right here in Manchester.
Correct.
All right. Did you ever have a conversation with the defendant, or generally, did you ever talk with Adam Montgomery about children or his children?
Yeah, we used to have quite a few in-depth conversations.
All right. How many children did he say that he had?
So for the most part, I only knew of the 2 boys. At one point, he mentioned having a daughter, but it was very quickly and brushed off.
You say very quickly and brushed off. What do you mean by brushed off?
He kind of he just changed the subject as fast as he could.
Okay. Do you ever remember having a specific
everyone goes to
conversation with
Dunkin'
him
Donuts.
about his daughter?
I've been to a Dunkin' Donuts.
And by this, I guess I want to ask, first of all, do you remember where this conversation was, where it took place?
Yeah, actually, it was right at the corner of Union Street and Auburn Street.
Okay.
Dollar Deluxe, I believe. I was sitting outside.
All right. And who were you with when you were outside?
Originally, I was just sitting by myself waiting for Adam.
Okay. And waiting for Adam?
Yep.
Okay. And did he join you?
Yep.
All right. And at some point, were you waiting for anybody else while the 2 of you were there?
Not really. That was a little muffled. So Shane had been having a really bad day and he was sleeping, and I was messaging back and forth with Adam, waiting for him to come out so I could give him some flowers and a card that I had given. So that way that when Shane woke up, he would have it there.
Oh, okay. And when you were talking with Adam, had you already dropped those things off? Had you already handed those to go in for Shane?
Not quite. He was sitting with me. Like we were just actually we sat in my car for a good hour and a half talking.
Okay. And during that conversation, did you talk specifically with him about a daughter by the name of Harmony?
He never specified a name. He had mentioned that he had 2 boys and a daughter, but he had dropped the daughter off at her mother's in Mass somewhere, and just kind of changed the subject as fast as possible.
You said I want to make sure I got that right. And you said that he told you that he dropped off his daughter at her mother's in Mass, and does that mean Massachusetts?
Massachusetts, yep.
All right. And then you said he quickly what?
Brushed off the I'm not sure exactly how it happened, but the conversation switched very rapidly.
I can just have a moment, Your Honor.
Well, we only project because we.
Yeah. I just can't believe
Let me
how
just
many
ask you,
people
Ms.
work
Karen,
at
when was the
Dunkin'
last time
Donuts.
that you talked with Adam
And
Montgomery?
they were
I
doing
think,
illegal
I
drugs.
was just looking at my messages a couple days ago I think it was like March of 21.
So it's been a couple of years.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Karen. I don't have any further questions for you. Defense counsel may have a few.
Thank you.
Good morning. I have no questions.
Mr. Dunn.
I'm not a fan of those big full tattoos on ladies. I like it when the other ones you had with the butterfly was okay, but when you have big ones like I do, that's not.
Be called next witness.
I'm not a fan. Worked there when just 17. All the weirdos and druggies work there. I lost the 2 shifts. Don't shame me. I feel bad enough.
No, like I was just like everybody's like at Dunkin' Donuts. I'm like, what was going on at this Dunkin' Donuts? I'm a little scared.
Yeah, and as long as we're not talking about that little girl, I see no harm in a little friendly banter.
Yeah.
And you can make fun of me all the time. Hey, Mo.
Hey,
Don't
Mo.
let Fry down. Let him out in the nice backyard. He could tinkle and sprinkle all over the trees. Then he'll be free to lay and wait. I just made that up, Jamie.
It was beautiful.
Thank you so much. Sunshine,
yeah, I mean,
LSD,
nothing
and the
wrong with
donut
working
and
at the
loot.
Dunkin', for sure. Just a lot of crackheads working at the Dunkin' at one time.
Hey,
Just
before
wonder
I
what their
go,
hiring process was.
their hiring process is they line up drug paraphernalia, and if you can get 3 of them right, you get a job.
It's just crazy.
Well, we don't have DoorDash. We have a Vault in my town now. It's very new because normally all the cool things are only in Copenhagen.
I mean, I worked
Yeah.
retail for like 11 years, so I know all about customer service and patience.
It wasn't messed up. It was an ode to Fry.
It was an ode to Fry.
I couldn't work in what and I know I'm one of those annoying customers. We don't have a Radio Shack. It's called Elgiganten, or the electronic giant. And I go out there all the time and asking stupid questions. And I came out there the other day to talk about a laptop. And the guy, oh, you're the streamer guy. Yep. What do you need now?
Ladies and
Well,
gentlemen, before we see our next witness, this is a good time for the break. It's a little bit earlier than usual, but we'll take our break now, and then we may be able to go through lunch. We have a couple of matters that we have to deal with now. So why don't I give you your
looks like
mid-morning break now?
could it
Don't
be
talk
that
to each other
they're
or
about to
anybody
rest?
else? Don't do any independent research. Don't look up anything
I know.
online. And we
I
will
did.
see you
Finally.
hopefully in 15 minutes or so. Like I said, there are a couple of things. So
I don't think he has any
connection,
connections, especially with a 5-year-old on his
right.
jacket.
All rise for the jurors, please.
You buy food at the market.
Aw.
Thunder Snow. That's a cool name too. Well, Jude, you can share. What came first, the egg or the chicken? The frying pan. I need a field trip to Dunkin' Donuts and a camera. Well, we had to close down our we had one Dunkin'
You may be
Donut on
seated.
my island, and we are a pretty big island. It's Denmark's second largest city, and the Dunkin' Donut didn't make money, so they had to close down after a couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have Starbucks,
I-
Costco, Walmart there? Costco, Walmart is only American brands. The nearest Starbucks to me will be, well, a gas station still sells Starbucks coffee. I don't like most of it because I feel like it tastes burnt. I like the, what's it called, the blonde one. Actually, Starbucks give me a veterans discount, so when I'm at the airport, I buy them. But a real Starbucks, like a cafe, I've seen them at the airport. Maybe they have them in Copenhagen. I'm not sure. Because
I'm probably gonna get hate for this, but Starbucks is overrated to me. I like Tim Hortons, really is my favorite. But we have I honestly like finding the little coffee shops that are just like, the little little owned coffee shops that are not like big brand names. Best coffee ever. There's one in town where I grew up.
But again,
yeah.
I can make my coffee at home. Why should I might buy one if I'm out driving, and then I like McDonald's latte. I think that's pretty good.
Mhm.
Or I like a chai from McDonald's as well. I don't like it, but I buy them all the time, and then I drink it and think, you don't really like this, and every now and again I get a craving for one. It's a weird thing. So I don't know why, but I like McDonald's. Do you have those McDonald's cafes where you get a little baked goods and stuff like that? Or is it an American thing?
I haven't been in a McDonald's in I don't know how long, so I have no
Oh.
idea.
Pharmacy at CVS, people that needed a medicine are often not very nice. They don't understand the laws around filling prescriptions. No, because
Yeah.
people who need medicines are often very strung out in one way or another.
And they're very
Why
wrong
haven't
a
we
lot
heard
of the
from
time.
Tabitha? I want to know with Tabitha. She should be on at least the defense list. Wolfram, how you doing?
Hey, Wolfie.
Starbucks coffee is kind of gross. I never. My kids got those iced coffees when they were younger. It was a thing like when they was 15 and stuff like that. But
Yeah, they have like juices that are okay, but like their coffee, I'm not a huge fan of their coffee. I'd rather Tim Hortons if you talk about like chains. I like them
yeah,
better than anything. So
Starbucks coffee. The only thing drinkable there is a latte. Starbucks had to close down in your town. Yeah, we couldn't even have even keep a Burger King running in my town. We have one McDonald's restaurant in my town, and well, if I go to Odense, I could get McDonald's, Carl's Jr., Burger King. I think that's the main brands we have, and then we don't have Subway. We had it's called Sunset in Denmark. We have one of those in my town too, but that's the only two chain restaurants we have.
yeah, iced coffee from a lot of places is not real coffee. Betsy, I agree. It's just like sugar and flavoring with a splash of coffee.
Well, yeah, if you like a venti latte, two scoop something, you'll get that everywhere. That's the same with a McDonald's. You can always, if you're not sure where you are in the world, just go to McDonald's. You won't die. It won't be great, but you won't die.
And y'all
Isn't
should
Tim
really
Hortons
go check out.
Canadian?
Yeah, it is from Canada.
You
We have
gotta
a
have
lot
to
in
take
Michigan.
you have to take Irish on a date there. If you want to make
Yeah.
Irish happy, do you know where you should take Irish?
Where?
I don't know if you know, but she is Mexican, and the only place she really feels at home
Where
is
do
when
you
you open.
suggest take her?
If you open the doors into a Taco Bell, she will say, "Ay ay ay, me gusta."
That's what I heard. You told me about that.
Yeah,
This Taco Bell being like authentic Mexican food. I gotta go
yeah.
try it.
She was in chat all after we ended streaming yesterday. She was raving about, "Oh, I can't get enough of that Taco Bell."
Ay, ay, ay. Oh my goodness.
An iced coffee from Dunkin' Donuts right now. Starbucks is expensive, but all these sugary coffees are super expensive. I don't know how much is a cup of coffee because if I go to McDonald's, it's like, what is it?
I want to say like a
I think we
Starbucks, like if you get a large, it's like $8 just for like a fancy iced coffee drink or something.
yeah. This is the mother, and this is a very bad haircut on this guy.
Oh,
You worked at the Dunkin' Donuts in Massachusetts when you were younger. There was always issues with people stealing. I watched my drawer like a hawk. This is a biomom, yes.
yeah.
I don't know. A cup of coffee is in Denmark. I think we pay like $4.50 for a large cup of coffee. Yeah, $4.50 around that. And I think if you go to a Starbucks, it's almost twice as expensive.
Yeah, I like the large iced coffee, and I make it light and sweet because I do like Splenda in my coffee and then cream.
His head is Denmark, bunch of islands with a big sea in the middle. What? What did I miss? Is anyone what?
He said his back of his head. I'm sure that's what she's talking about.
Oh, McDonald's owns Tim Hortons in Canada. It's the three-quarter Dave cut. Talking about a hot cup of coffee. Texas Jen is here.
Texas Jen.
Texas Jen, you live down south. Is it true that the only acceptable Mexican place to eat is Taco Bell?
I mean, yeah, I like to buy my coffee from like the fancy places and then make it at home. I don't really buy coffee out anyway.
I have a Nespresso. It's like your K-cups. And I have when I get up in the morning, I normally while I sit here and set up stuff and look up news and stuff like that, I have like 3 or 4 of those before I go to the gym. And then I don't want to make a pot because it takes too long. So I'm just on a freeze-dried coffee. It's not that good. Talking about being good. Mo.
Hello.
Hiya.
Well,
So,
I learned to make my own like cold foam, so like I think I'm slick at home making my fancy coffees with some flavored cold foam.
so we learned that he's never talked about a daughter, or he sort of talked.
He slipped up once and talked about her.
It seems
Okay.
like yeah, he doesn't ever mention her. When-
Did my pal
when
come in?
Tess-
So nice to see you again. There you are. Good morning. So nice to see you again. You like Taco Bell and you're not ashamed, but I don't go to Taco Bell for Mexican food. You just go there for Taco Bell food. Well, I don't make I don't know the rules. I just know that Iris said if I'm ever coming to Texas and want to take her on a date, it must be Taco Bell.
That
Hoorah.
sounds kosher.
No, it's Ye quiero Taco Bell. I know that much. Oh, you have an espresso. Did you buy it because they
Ooh.
use George Clooney as a advertiser?
I've wanted one for so long. So one day.
Is it any good, the Virtue? Because I heard it leaked a lot, but because my Nespresso is the small 6-inch cups and or 6-inch plugs, and it's an older one, so it's not making it as good. So I was looking at the Virtue, but it looks there's a lot of complaints about it leaking. What is your
Oh,
experience, hey Joe? Hey Joe. If they're that type that will put enough in the machine to make a decent cup or try to save money on it. Well, we have a lot of small cafe thingies, you'll probably call it, and then we have a little hole in the wall coffee bar. They make great coffee, but they're way too expensive. No, we will not, but me and Iris will be going to Taco Bell.
I will not be going to Taco.
I'm going.
I don't know.
I'm
Do they
going
still have the cinnamon twisty things? Because
They do.
and the Baja Mountain Dew. Because like once a year, usually right around Easter, if I've given up
Splurge.
sweets, I'm like, I'd like a small Baja Mountain Dew and one of the small packets.
They have a like Baja Mountain Dew freeze now. My nephews are like in love with it. So
That sounds like
Hey,
something
MP.
toddler Mo would eat.
But I'm thinking, you guys help me out. You know, I have a date with Danielle, right?
Mhm.
Do I take her to Dunkin' Donuts or do I take her to Tim
Burger
Hortons?
King.
What?
Just not White Castle. You only rent White Castle for a very short time.
Oh, she's leaving now.
Oh.
That's the bio mom. But it's just which coffee bar should I take her to? Dunkin' Donuts. I don't mind. It's a little flashy. Tim Hortons.
There's no Tim
So
Hortons in Tennessee, MG says. Down south, it's usually Dunkin', because like when I went to Florida, they had Dunkin' in like every street corner.
Chick-fil-A, the one I always want to call it Chick-fil. But it's just
You did call it
because
Chick-fil-A.
if you're, I don't know why my brain scrambles the word, but if you're taking a lady out, you should take her to the high class. Maybe I should take her to the IHOP.
Ooh. Well,
Getting
I don't know.
fancy.
If she likes
IHOP.
people watching, take her to Waffle House at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Howard Johnson's.
Oh, yeah. Hojos are good.
Hose are
Cracker
awful good.
Barrel.
Krispy Kreme.
Oh
I
yeah,
th-
Krispy Kreme. I forget about them.
I tried Krispy Kreme when I was in Switzerland. I didn't like it. It was too fatty and too to me.
We have like one, and I'm not a huge fan.
Black Rock coffee. Never heard about that. Shit. On the ends for pretzels. Yeah, I should try a pretzel.
Mo loves pretzels, doesn't she? Unsalted.
You know, if
Lavazza
you want to
makes
earn
great coffee.
$18, just don't salt my pretzel. When I say just don't put salt on it, and you sit there and you put salt on it, I'm never going to get behind you with like, I need $18 an hour.
Baker, would you date ideas? I just can't understand how I'm single. No, what? I don't understand it either. I'll take ladies to the fancy places. Taco Bell, Dunkin' Donuts. I might swing for International House of Pancakes.
Baker, just tell them that you are living in the Demolition Man world and everywhere is a Taco Bell.
Yeah.
And you know what to do with the
Remember,
3 shells.
Baker doesn't have an expanded palate, people. So he's very particular.
I have to say I went to Red Lobster when I was on my prom date, so I have an expanded palate. I've been to the
Oh
fancy places.
boy.
I
Good
know.
old Red Lobster.
That's yeah. Sarkonis judge gave clear warnings and said formal contempt hearing will be at the earliest when defense rests. That case is all the crazy. There's so many crazy cases.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
kind of seeming like the normal one. You have the Trump lawyer. You have the Sarkonis case. This we have a 5-year-old kid dead, and this seems like the most reasonable case.
Yeah, in fact, they're going out of their way to not make it, you know, sensational or anything like this.
Mhm. Oh, come on.
Are they taking a break or are they having to argue about stuff?
I don't know. I didn't hear.
Yeah, little known fact: it was Pizza Hut when Demolition Man was released in Denmark because Taco Bell isn't over here.
Oh,
I
wow.
love Pizza Hut.
I
I
remember.
always loved Pizza Hut.
I never tried it till I was deployed, and we went to Hungary on R&Rs, and they had a Pizza Hut, and you had that all you can eat. Oh my God, I got so
Yeah.
full that day.
Their breadsticks and the little red cups, and then the old
Oh,
school
yeah.
like buffet. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and you were like, that was a big treat in my family because, you know, mom working hard, single mom.
Yeah.
But when we got to go to the buffet, and she was like, look, I'm not making dinner. You better eat. You better, like, we knew, like, okay, if we're going for lunch, you better eat enough that you don't want to eat dinner. Because there is nothing worse than going to a buffet and then, like, an hour later telling your mom you are hungry again.
Mhm.
Because the look she will give you will freeze your soul in half.
Yeah.
Jamie,
Well,
Hospice Just has asked you if you've said that yet.
what is it? What is that?
I don't know. She
Say
asked if
it.
you should say it because she asked you. I don't speak Spanish.
I already forgot how to pronounce it. So
Yeah, because if I should pronounce it as I read it in Danish, it's Hejo le Pedro.
Iris taught me how to say, wanted you to say Gizo Pete's in Spanish.
Oh, is that Hejo le Pedro? Pedro? I don't know.
I like when she says it better.
La cana de la rata. I think that's the meat of the rat. Pizza Hut is not that big here, though. We had it in airports. Yeah, I saw Domino's for the first time. The first time I was in Switzerland. I never tried Domino's. Prague has everything. I haven't been to Prague since 10th grade, so
Oh,
I would
wow.
really like to go again.
Yeah, they like Pizza Hut was huge around here, and then they just started closing them down because they were just going out of business, and it was so sad.
Olive
know,
Garden
I'm
is
pretty
just
sure.
something I've seen on movies. Yeah, we're just on break. I think they have something to discuss. Maybe it's because the defense is getting close to resting or something.
Maybe.
So we're just on break.
Has the defense, I know I wasn't paying attention as much yesterday. Has the defense brought anything in that's been like maybe Kayla did it, maybe he was out of the picture, anything substantive? Okay.
It's and you know Elaine, she's taken that plane and crashed it straight into the mountain next to the airport.
Oh, good.
So
Well,
hey, Catherine Williams, what you missed this morning, a lot of should we call them like character witnesses talking about how Adam beat up Kayla, how he was cray
Yeah.
in the end. A guy talking about how he rented the U-Haul for them, then did drugs, which kind of goes against what his girlfriend said because she never said they did drugs. Other than that, it's more putting more and more in that Adam is a maniac, is what we've been doing
Yeah.
this morning. Still,
That's pretty
no
much it.
one can confirm anything about when Kayla died or how. So,
Yeah, they
is that
haven't
the drug
remotely.
counselor,
I don't know.
the underbite lady? No, she had the shoulders.
No. She had the sweatshirt or the
Is it the
sweater.
crack fairy?
No, I
No.
don't. She
Is
doesn't
she-
look familiar.
is that an expert witness? Please tell me that's an expert witness.
Yeah.
Because generally because victims are allowed in the courtroom, but if you're a witness, you're not allowed to stay in the courtroom unless you are considered a victim as well, if I remember lawful lawness that we've learned over the year.
It's probably just somebody that knows them.
Pepperoncinis. Need to go back and watch. I didn't realize that the prosecution. No, they haven't rested. Sorry, Kathleen. I said we are on a
Oh.
break. They might be resting soon. No.
Okay.
No. I
Oh,
thought
I was wondering why the defense was bringing these people out, but then I thought, okay,
No.
he knows what
No,
he's
they
talking
haven't
about.
rested. No, sorry, I
No.
might have no. We are still on the states on the prosecution side, but I was just wondering if they might be resting since they took a break at an awkward time. That after the next witness they're going to rest or something, or maybe it's just because it's another one who's been brought in from prison. I don't know.
Well, I mean, it takes a minute to get from prison to not prison.
Yeah. Yeah, but I believe she's I'm not sure she's a witness. Maybe it's Adam's sister or something, or I don't know if he had sisters. In Denmark, you just have a row of seats in the back of a courtroom, so you don't have sides as such. Miss the old Chef Boyardee make-at-home pizza. Could add whatever you wanted.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Remember that?
Tabitha's in prison. Color me surprised.
Oh, really? Wow.
What a shocking turn of events. How did that happen?
Yeah. English muffin pizza. I don't know what that is.
You just take English muffins and you can make little pizzas out of them.
No, it's not bad of you because she has the Coke mouth. She has that where the jaw. It's so funny that when you're out in the town and all these young people who had a Peabody and then they come out of the toilet and you can totally see you are not on drugs. But again, we had a witness do that in one of my cases and had the finger movements. I love the finger movements.
Then I must look like I'm on something all the time because I'm constantly touching my fingers like this when I'm out in public just to stay like, okay, I have to be out with people. I'll be okay.
Yeah.
Hey, T-Bone.
Hi, T-Bone.
Love BLT pizza, but Hobbit doesn't, so I never get it.
Yeah, what is
There's
this BLT
tomato.
pizza? People are crazy. You can get
So
it at this
like
one
lettuce
place,
on
and
a
it's literally
pizza?
just, yeah, it's pizza, and then it was mayo, lettuce, tomato, and bacon and cheese. And people die for it around here, I swear.
Just give me the bacon. You can have all the rest of the stuff.
Yeah, me too, because I'm always like, I'll have a BLT minus the LNT,
Attorney Smith is
please.
still doing.
Just give me the bread and the bacon if possible,
Yep.
So she has
with
the
a side
device.
of butter if you can. Just thanks.
That's fine.
Just
I
toast and
I
bacon.
just wanted to be in here so that
Yep.
if the witness comes up and is in, I would get some of you anyway, so that I could address her. And she could be on the stand.
Could it be Tabitha because she's been brought in?
All right, so what about we can stay, Your Honor, for that. If you want to go with Carrie whenever she's ready.
Would you mind if I just alert Attorney Smith that he'll be bringing this back? Is it Giles?
I believe it's Giles, but I will ask her.
That's fine.
I couldn't hear. She wanted someone in there when the witness came.
Oh my gosh, are we getting another translator?
No, I think it's because it's a prison person.
Oh, dang it.
Maybe it's because it was she needed to go out and smoke or something because it's her boyfriend is back or whatever he is. This guy was with her with the Dave haircut.
Seriously.
Hey,
McKinley,
Mr. Moe would
nice.
never know he had that until one of the children informed him. I was being nice. I wasn't even letting him know. And he's like, "How long have I had this and you haven't told me?" I was like, the Fifth Amendment is a great amendment. It's my favorite amendment.
Fifth.
They caught the witness on the
FIF.
run.
Plead the
That could
fifth.
be that. Mayo goes on pretty much anything.
Yeah, it does. I love mayo.
I like it. I like a pizza with, of course, you have the normal sauce and stuff, and then cheese, kebab meat, and then when it's out of the oven, shredded lettuce and a lot of it's I don't know, it's not a ranch dressing, but a lot of dressing on top of it. That's the best hangover cure.
I bet Baker would really love a BLT pizza.
Duke's Mayo represent.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Baker, what animal is kebab meat from?
I know. He says that a lot.
It's sheep.
Okay.
The original would be sheep, but it's just slices of meat that you stack, and then you
Yeah, well, I
cook
was
it
just
from the
wondering what
outside.
animal it came from. Like, I didn't know if it was like a goat or a sheep or a lamb, or
Yeah,
if you guys
it's lamb.
graduated to a chicken or like a beef. I didn't know. Because, some people might.
Yeah, it's the same as a gyro.
A
Gyro.
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 Okay, because I make
the
fun of Mr. Moe and I say that's horse meat, but that's beyond
well,
the
it
point.
is sometimes, but they call it gyro if it's from Greece and kebab if it's from the Middle East.
Aha.
Salad cream isn't kind of like Miracle Whip. It's kind of like a dressing thingy. It's great with French fries. Raising sheep, do you have knowledge of such things? No, I think you should call Valhalla.
Yes, sir.
My family stopped being farmer in the last generation. I only eat mayo on eggs. That's the only mayo I eat. Persian food, maybe your delicious kebab. Well, I used to have a lot of Turkish friends when I played football, and nothing better when we had the get-togethers, because then the moms would cook for us. Oh, that was the way they make rice is amazing. Why would you need mayo and eggs? Why wouldn't you need mayo and eggs? That's I won't call it a stupid question because there's no such thing as a stupid question. But you have a boiled egg,
Is she before lunch?
mayo on top, salt and pepper, and your gold.
Oh, it's hard copy. Okay.
No, it's the. I just want you to.
But you haven't marked it yet.
I want you to review it.
Holy moly.
Hold on to it until lunch.
Attorney
I
Guy,
will lose everything.
Is
Is
the
that
biological
Tabitha?
mom going on again?
if you would just speak to her about that. for a
Yes,
moment.
ma'am.
I have a little bit of an attitude and a whole lot of sass.
She does seem a little pissed.
Oh, who is this?
I think it's
peachy woman?
Tabitha.
Jeez, oh Pete.
With regards to today, it's expected.
Oops.
I'm pleading the fifth. I'm not going to talk. Tabitha is the one who was at the first car accident when they went to get drug. Hey, Stace, you're late, but you're just in time. Yeah, like a little ray of sunshine. Tabitha was babysitting the kids and in the car when they crashed it the first time. She can testify that Harmony was in the car. Or not. Because she's probably wearing leg irons. When they come in through the side door, it's because it's a customer of the state. Why is she shaking? That FUPA shock too much. What the? Maybe
What
that's
is-
why the judge wanted someone to be there when she came in.
Yeah, she's afraid she's going to launch herself over the thing, but I don't know about her vertical leap.
Who's Nicole Giles? M. Young reads. She reads her homework. She doesn't know this channel. Hey, you're not late. You're just in time because this looks like it's going to be interesting. She seems like someone might have made her Count Chocula's taste a little bit like Whiz this morning.
It's like whiz.
Yeah, I can't say urine. That would be crass.
I
Jamie.
love the way you fluff things up. Makes me laugh.
Yeah, just like Bodero, I just want to help find harmony. Everyone should have that mindset, not the why did you drag me to court?
Yeah, all of these people just make you want to.
Well, there's a witness who
Weld.
didn't show up. That's why everyone
Well, it
should
makes
follow
you-
me on
It
Discord.
makes Mo want to yell Snake Island because
Yes, pretty
you
much.
guys heard of Snake Island. Apparently, it's the most dangerous island ever, and that's where we should send all these people.
I'm okay with it.
And I wouldn't be sad at all about it either.
There is an arrest motion. That could be her then. State motion for material witness warrant pursuant to blah, blah, blah. Nicole Giles was subpoenaed to appear at Hillsborough Superior Court at 9 on February 6th to testify in the case of state where Adam Montgomery. She didn't show up. She's a witness to helping the defendant move from the Fit Center to 177 Lake Avenue to 644 Union Street. Defendant statements during that time and afterwards and several other pieces of information. Attached is the statements. Ms. Giles requested the state inquire as to the possibility of how she could leave the courthouse safely and her concern about her face being televised due to what she represented to be ongoing restraining order. The state raised these issues with the court on February 14th and informed Ms. Giles immediately afterward via text that she should not be asked where she lived by either party, but that the cameras could not be turned off. She texted in response, "When I came in to talk to you, guys, there was no mention of anything being videoed or anything like that, and I'm sorry, but I cannot do it. I understand if you have to put a warrant out for me, but I'm not putting mine or my children's life on the line. She needs a punctuation. I can, to be honest, right now, and I have text message to prove. On the 14th, she failed to honor the subpoena. Testimony in the matter at bar is material for the issue of the defendant transporting the body of Harmony. For example, when she was served the subpoena for the trial, Ms. Giles told officers that she had recalled more information other than her initial 2 statements that she wanted to share with officers. This including recalling seeing Kayla
Clear the
Montgomery.
courtroom for a moment. I'm going to ask everyone to go out so I can make an inquiry. I will ask for the cameras to be turned off. Cameras to be turned off.
Interesting.
It looks like this is the lady.
The court monitor will
Hey,
place this under-
Farrell.
Like,
Oh, she's crying.
what is the deal with her?
No. This is from the Fitz
I want
Fitz
no
shelter.
audio or video on right now.
Go out. I'm just going to point the camera at the CI.
That,
No audio at all.
okay.
I can hear the audio.
Defense team can remain present. This is going to be.
It's in the members section on the YouTube page. Well, I'm not sure she's allowed to plead the 5th because she's not incriminating herself.
Oh.
Why did I say your name like what? This is the witness who failed to appear, where they have sent the nice cops out to put her in the courtroom. So, and what she's about to testify, bringing her in if she's afraid of her life. Let's go back. She knows that she helped them move from the fit center until 644 Union Street. What else? Talk about what trial would be like and told a peer testimony. Nicole Giles' testimony in the matter at bar is material to the issue of the defendants transporting the body of Harmony Montgomery from the fit shelter to, as well as the defendant's employment, the smell of the defendant's Lake Avenue apartment, bruising seen on Kayla Montgomery while the defendant was committing witness tampering upon her. The defendant's statements of his pipes being clogged at 644 Union Street and Kayla Montgomery's prior consistent statement concerning abuse during the time period after Harmony's death. For example, when she was served with her subpoena for trial, she told officers that she had recalled more information other than her initial 2 statements that she wanted to share with officers. This including recalling seeing Kayla Montgomery with black eyes while she was living at 177 Lake Avenue shelter, and Kayla Montgomery telling her it was the defendant who caused them, but to please not tell anybody. This also included other verbal abuse Ms. Giles was witness to, the smell she smelled inside the Lake Avenue apartment, the defendant complaining about his top being clogged at the 644 Union Street apartment, providing the family with car rides. So this is what she has to do. No cameras, no audio. So we got sound, but we don't have sound anyway. They turned it off. I can't see who it is she has a restraining order out against. Because she requested the state inquire as to the possibility of how she could leave the courthouse safely and her concern about her face being televised due to what she represented to be an ongoing restraining order. I can't see if it's a boyfriend or whatever.
Are they actually doing her testimony, no audio, no video, or are they? 'Cause
Oh,
I
they're
thought
doing
the
an
justice said she
inquiry.
had to make a record. Yeah, like some kind of inquiry.
She's making an inquiry into the matter.
Gotcha.
No, you can't hear anyone because audio is turned off.
Yeah, no audio, no video.
Yeah.
Right now.
It's not her testimony, it's inquiry. Did you miss anything from the guy who got the U-Haul? You missed a lady who knew them. She worked with at a rehab center and dated one of the inmates. And she heard about Harmony only once. Then you had the apartment lady who couldn't really say anything other than she saw Kayla being beaten up badly.
Mm-hmm.
Because the testimony could have solved this years ago. I don't think so, because what she's just going to talk about, it smelled like death in their room, and she saw that plastic tote being moved. There was earlier you talked over it. Yeah, the judge said turn off the camera and the audio, and everyone clear the room. That's the audio that was from the courtroom, and then you could hear a lady crying.
Yeah, that was really it.
I can go back and show you.
I mean, if she truly has a stalker and they're forcing her to testify and she is worried about where she lives, I can understand her reticence. Still, it's a 5-year-old girl who has no one else to speak for her. I don't know. I've been both places, so
Yeah. Not saved baby girl, but locked AM up. What? I can't see what. Not saved
is that a
baby girl.
donkey?
I think it's supposed to be like an ass.
Oh, I saw them for a few. I don't see how being on camera would hurt her. The person she has the order on surely knows what she looks like. If she's concerned about being followed, get the police to help with that. Yeah. When under protection, they are not allowed to give out her information. No, and that was in the subpoena. They agreed to not ask her about where she lived.
Okay, then
So
I don't understand why she is having this momentary moment.
You know what blows your mind? Why don't these people want to be helpful to find harmony? Yeah, everyone should be like Bodero and said, I just want to help find harmony.
Mm-hmm.
Probably a boyfriend, probably an old boyfriend or something. I would think it's her boyfriend. We have movement. People are back in court. A girl donkey is a Jenny. The more you know.
Oh, that's a good thing to know. I did not know that.
Yeah, and they just want to get more drugs after this. They don't care about a 5-year-old. So that's a big problem.
On a positive note, the court reporter's sweater is lovely. It's a nice bright red.
Yeah. It's better than the red Kayla had on. Yeah, we might get audio, but they will probably keep the camera here. I think that's the solution to do this. But they already showed her.
It was important for us to take up some additional matters. We're now ready to resume testimony. Attorney Agati, whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Giles, would you please stand? And please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Giles, as we are being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell your first and your last name for the record?
Nicole Marie Giles, Nicolegiles.
And Ms. Giles, how far did you go in school?
11th grade.
11th grade. I know that you've got some difficulties with regards to being here today. I just want to thank you on behalf of everyone here in the courthouse for being able to testify for us. I'd like to ask, at one point in January to July of 2020, were you living at 177 Lake Avenue, the Families in Transition or FIT shelter in Manchester?
Yes.
And what was your room number that you were staying in?
I think 8,
8. Okay.
I believe.
While you were there, did you meet any individual by the name of Adam Montgomery?
Yes.
Okay. And where was Adam Montgomery living in the building when you were there?
Room 1.
Room 1. And who was he living with?
Kayla, Declan, and Seamus.
And Declan and Seamus, were those his children?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you know where he was working at the time? Did he ever tell you where he was working?
Yes.
Where did he say he was working?
Portland Pie.
Did you ever visit him down there?
Yes.
The rooms in your room, room 8, and their room, room 1, could you describe those rooms for the jury who may not have seen them? What do those rooms look like?
They're like bunk beds. I don't know. It's more or less like a hotel room, but you just have 2 bunk beds in there. You have your own bathroom, and it's shared living space.
Are you allowed to change the furniture while you're living there?
They ask you not to.
And what about the orientation of the furniture, where it is in the room?
You have 1 bed on one side of the room, 1 bed on the other side of the room. There's a door in the like when you walk in. Then you have a window that has bars on it, so kids don't fall out. And a bathroom with a tub and toilet and sink.
Okay. How often did you talk with Adam Montgomery or Kayla Montgomery? How often?
Daily.
Daily?
Yep.
During your time together, while you were staying in room 8 and they were staying in room 1, did you ever see Kayla Montgomery with bruises on her?
Yes.
Okay. Where were the bruises that you saw?
Pretty much all over her face, her abdomen, her arms, her legs.
Did you ever ask Kayla about those bruises?
Yes.
What did she say caused them?
Objection, hearsay.
We can approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
That's hearsay. You can't put that in. But yeah, why did it showed her when she walked in and not after? There might be someone who didn't get the memo. And Court TV has previously been admonished for showing faces of jurors, showing faces of protected witnesses. They have a tendency to show kids a lot. So as someone said yesterday about my thumbnails, thank you for not making it too graphic. I know a lot of people really like to plaster harmony on their thumbnails because no matter what, this is a news business and blood makes headlines and clicks. I can see people who they just turn on the court feed, like you could see, and then they do this and come back and break. They have like 2,000 people watching because those thumbnails are way more exciting than mine are. But still, Court TV needs a little gore to sell more, or maybe a longer. I don't know which one has the pool feed. Well, it's I don't know if it's Court TV or it's Lawn or Crim or whoever has. Maybe it's a VBNY25 or Boston 25 who has the cameraman in the room. But you do in some cases they spend a lot. That was the home remodeling case where they just kept filming the kid for 2 days, hearing
Oh,
about
yeah.
how the mom was beaten to death. Miss Manchester, 2003. Right? Is that correct? The only danger is that person who has the PPO could run down to the courthouse knowing where she is at the moment, but they'd know that with it without her face because her name is on the record. Yeah. And again, make the police give her a ride home afterwards. The judge should
Yeah,
just say
I'm
to an officer, "You do that."
yes.
Yeah, but they don't have a little baker in the corner with a beehive over his shoulder. No, they don't. And it's not a beehive. It's some kind of chocolate croissant. When you see a child in danger, you step up to help. You have zero respect for any of these people. It's upsetting so many people. Have you noticed no one really seems to care about Harmony Montgomery?
No.
Yeah, we're really upset about Kayla, which again, domestic violence bad. But
Yeah, this is we're gonna spend 30 minutes talking about how she got beat up after Harmony was dead. Yeah, they gave her a right to. They can give her a right from. You're right, Jill, because she got a subpoena.
Hmm.
Yeah, but again, it's she might be afraid. I get that, but still,
you're a
if she
mom.
has evidence, and again, I don't need this evidence. I know she was at Lakeview, and I know she was on Union Street. I don't need this evidence, but still, why isn't everyone trying to help us find Montgomery? I just want to have the first, not the foster mom, the bio mom having a place where she can lay a wreath of flowers every year and on her birthday.
Yeah.
Julie, you are correct. Only Uncle Kevin and Capone have shown any feelings for Harmony.
And
The
that's
rest of them are
maddening.
self-serving.
On.
Thank you, Ms. Giles. I apologize for the interruption. I'd like to ask you, could you describe what you saw in Kayla? You said there were bruises in different parts of her body. Could you describe what you saw? What color were the bruises?
Sometimes purple, sometimes yellow. Depends on how soon I seen them.
And what were the
Yeah, the
size of those
foster mom had.
bruises that you
Yeah,
saw?
that's correct.
Some
Wolfram.
were small, like fingerprints. Others were like this.
God bless you. How often did you see them on her?
Pretty often.
And pretty often, how often is that? I don't want to put words in your mouth. So,
There was like a new one pretty much every day.
okay. Did the Montgomerys move out of the fit shelter?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do anything to help them in that move?
Yes.
And what did you do?
I helped them move out with their belongings.
And how did you help them move out?
I helped them take their stuff from their room. I put it in my vehicle and I brought them to their apartment.
Okay, I see. So you had a vehicle, and you were helping with your vehicle to move things over.
Yes, sir.
Okay, where did they move to?
On the corner of Orange and Union. I don't remember the exact address.
Did you stay friendly with them after the move?
Yes.
Did you ever visit them in their apartment at that new building?
Yes.
Could you describe for the jury what the inside of that apartment looked like?
It was kind of cluttered, a little messy. There was cockroaches.
Oh God.
It was only a 1-bedroom. There was holes in the walls, ceiling. There was one time I went there and like I don't know, it looked like the living room was torn apart and half the walls. The bathroom.
Let me ask you, you said living room was torn apart, half the walls. Let me ask about a couple of specifics if I can. What about the light fixtures? Did you ever notice anything about the light fixtures there?
Yeah, they were hanging from the ceiling.
Okay.
They weren't like secured. When he first moved in,
And Lolita, this is the same in this case. The state does nothing, and the state should be. I love the state as an inhabitant in a socialist state. I love the state, but it should be burned
Thought
in
that
Minecraft.
it was one color and now it's a different color. And then assumed the owners were spying on him, listening to his conversations.
Did Adam Montgomery ever talk to you about any plumbing issues at that new building?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said that the tub had backed up, and because I had asked, I went in to use the bathroom and the tub was dirty, and I asked what happened, and he said that he was waiting for the landlord to call because the plumbing backed up.
So what did you suggest to him?
I didn't really suggest anything.
Separate from time there at that location, are you aware whether or not Adam and Kayla were ever over at the Econo Lodge staying there while they still had the Union Street apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware what time of year that would have happened? Spring, winter still, I should say, or spring or summer or fall?
I want to say it was winter because it was like right after tax season.
Right after tax season?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just a moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
I if this is what she was brought in to say, bless you. If
that was coming.
That's then I can understand she's peed off.
Right.
When you were interacting
Yeah.
and talking with Adam Montgomery, what behavior, if
Yes.
any, did you ever see about him believing that somebody was recording him or listening to him?
He actually thought that quite often.
And did you see him do anything as a result of this?
Um,
Any actions that he would take?
he was just like, I don't know, he would ask
Probably.
me if I thought it was true, or like, look, the number 5 bus keeps going by. They go by like 5 times. I was just going by the shelter. I'm like, that's the route, I believe. I think it was a 5 or 6. One of those two, not exactly sure. But it drives straight down Lake Ave to go downtown, and he just thought it was following him.
Well,
And
that's what
then,
drugs will do to
the whole
you.
life thing, I don't know. He's just didn't make sense half the time. So I didn't listen to him half the time.
At any point when you described before that you had seen these bruises on Kayla Montgomery, at any point did you offer for her to get her out of that relationship?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did she accept your offer back then?
Not really.
Okay.
Not exactly. She was afraid.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe.
It's okay. The jury knows where she got them. Did I miss something? It's okay. The jury knows that Adam beat her, but it's not okay for her if she didn't witness it. Then you get into hearsay. If she said, Kayla told me Adam gave me the bruises, that's hearsay. You can't put that in
Yeah.
because you can't prove that. So that's hearsay.
Yeah.
She's just talking about what she observed.
Yeah. And she can say, I saw her with black eyes, but she can't say when she was told where the black eyes came from.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if she lost her parental rights, but as long as they're with the grandmom, she will see them, and I hate that.
It's disgusting. Yeah.
You pay 20% and file in February. I think we have to file ours in March 11. I have to do it this year because I have YouTube income. I have to pay it before New Year's, or I have to pay a fine on it, but I have to declare it in March. That's not stupid.
That makes total sense, because we love our government, but we especially love Baker's government. Baker's government is the best. Whoever's watching Baker's stream, we love you.
Should
Yeah.
give him a tax break, government.
Yeah, everyone can infer where she got them, and that's why they put them in right after a person said Adam was cray-cray. But she can't say Kayla told me. That's hearsay. But she could, if she had heard it, she could say, I heard a loud smack and she come crying out and Adam was in the room. But she couldn't say, I saw her. So, yeah.
Is it odd for me to wonder how much the super tall lawyer has to pay for his suits? Because that's like a 58 inseam.
I know, right?
He's like, do you just have a tall section? I don't need the big section. I just need the tall section. And they're like, nah, dude, you're going to have to go to a tailor.
Mhm.
We do
Just
love our
sewing
people.
pants together.
I do feel like they have to make his pants special.
Yes.
No, this chick went through it to say she saw Kayla with black eyes and heard about a dirty top. Because she was there with very important testimony about Kayla being moved, Harmony being moved. We never really heard anything about that.
Well, she said she used the bathroom and the tub was dirty, and Adam told her it was because it backed up. That was all she.
Ms. Giles, I apologize. I just have one other question. I'd asked you before about the bruises that you saw at FIT, and I just want to ask you, what did Kayla say caused those bruises that you saw at FIT?
Originally, she
Kayla-
would say she fell, or Seamus threw a toy. Declan hit her with the bottle.
Okay. Did she ever say anything about Adam causing those bruises?
Not till we were alone.
I'm sorry?
Not until we were alone.
And what did she say when you were alone?
She would say that Adam was doing it, and she's afraid, and she couldn't. She needs to get out of there, but she's afraid to leave.
Why not? Are they not
Thank you very much,
objecting
Mr.
to
No.
that one?
Your Honor, I understand that limiting
Okay.
instruction is appropriate. We would ask it be given at this time.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the questioning that you just heard about what did Kayla say, the responses to that question can only be used not for the purpose of the truth of what Kayla said, but to determine the credibility of that witness. Okay, so the prior consistent statements can be used only for the determining the credibility of the witness when the witness's credibility has been attacked. Okay, so not for the truth, but for assessing credibility. All right.
It is still morning. Good morning, Ms. Giles.
Good morning.
My name is Jamie Brooks, and I represent Adam Montgomery. I'll be asking you a few questions as well. I just want to begin by clarifying your testimony today.
Mhm.
You are saying that when you were at the shelter at FIT in January and February of 2020,
Mhm.
you observed bruises on Kayla Montgomery.
Yes, sir.
When you talked to her in private, she said that those bruises you observed were from Adam.
Yes, sir.
Miss Giles, do you recall being interviewed by a Detective Dunleavy?
Yep.
This interview by Detective Dunleavy was in June of 2022,
Yes.
1.5 years ago, actually more than 1.5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I apologize. We're making a record, so we do need to have like a kind of like a yes or no as opposed to an mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
The way he said
This
that.
You can
interview
tell that really bothers
conducted
him.
by Detective Dunleavy in June of 2022 was at the police department.
Okay. I don't remember.
You do not remember where it was?
No, he's come to my house a couple of times. He came to, my house a couple of times. And I know I did go to the police station once, I believe. I don't remember when.
Do you remember there being an interview specifically that was recorded?
Sure. Yeah. It was at when we were at the police station. I think he did one at my kitchen table twice, or something like that.
Okay. What I'm wanting to focus on is the interview that took place at the police department.
Okay.
And you do recall having an interview at the police department?
Yeah, I don't remember what his questions or anything like that.
You don't remember what it was about?
I know what it was about. It was about Adam, but I don't remember all the questions. It was over a year ago. I'm lucky if I remember what I had for dinner last night.
This interview was conducted by not only Detective Dunleavy, but also Detective Rahill. Do you remember that?
There was some other guy in there. I don't know who it was.
And when you were there for this interview, you knew that it was about Harmony Montgomery.
Yes.
And you wanted to do everything you could to help, right?
Right.
You knew that it was being recorded, right?
Yes.
You knew that Adam had already been arrested at this point for second-degree assault.
I believe so, yeah.
Harmony's disappearance was already in the media at this point.
Okay.
By okay, do you mean yes?
I don't pay attention to the news. I don't have cable.
Ma'am, come on.
I hate it when they get defensive because it's the defense
But
asking.
you do recall that this interview was regarding Harmony Montgomery.
Yes.
And the police were asking you questions.
Right.
You wanted to answer those questions correctly.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I did not hear that.
Yes.
You wanted to tell them everything that you knew.
I didn't know nothing.
The police asked you about the time you spent with Adam and Kayla at the fit shelter, correct?
Yes.
And specifically, the police asked you during this June 9th, 2022 recorded interview whether you were aware of any domestic violence between Adam and Kayla, correct?
Yes. And I said no.
You said that Kayla on occasion referred to Adam as a dick,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yes.
But you did not
Not
state that you had observed at any point any bruises on Kayla Montgomery.
Right.
You did not tell the police that Kayla had confided in you about any domestic violence.
Right.
You did not tell the police that Kayla was in any way scared of Adam.
Right.
And this was, again, an interview where you knew what the subject was about and you wanted to do everything you could to help the police.
Okay.
By okay, you mean yes?
Sure. Yeah. Yes.
Sure. Sure.
Sure.
Thank you very much for your time, Ms. Giles.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
She's like, I will flip you off.
Ms. Giles, about those questions you were just asked, you didn't say anything about the domestic violence, about the abuse that you saw on Kayla in June of 2022. Do you recall Detective Rahale coming to meet with you in January of this year to talk about this? I'm sorry?
Yes, in my kitchen.
In your kitchen?
Yep.
All right.
Yes, sorry.
Does this not rehabilitate?
Overruled.
Thank you. So, Ms. Giles, with regards to that conversation, you were just asked a moment ago about why you didn't say anything about domestic violence with Kayla back in June of 2022. What changed? What was different between June of 2022 versus when you talked to police in January of 2024?
Just like flashbacks and memories of different things and demeanors and situations.
When you were speaking with police in June of 2022, did you want to have anything to do with the investigation?
No, I did not.
And in January of 2024, why did you sit down with police and talk with them then and share more information?
Because I'm a mother and I feel for Harmony's family.
And your testimony here today about what you saw, what you experienced, and what you heard people say with regards to that, is that the truth, just as you've taken an oath to tell today?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Ron.
Oh, that's good to end on that one. That was
Ms.
smart.
Giles, the interview that you participated in June of 2022 was voluntary, correct?
Yes, I think. I don't remember. To be honest, I honestly don't remember. I know I was called in.
You were subpoenaed to appear here today, correct?
Unfortunately, yes.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
but you were not subpoenaed to appear at the police station, correct?
No.
In fact, when you were advised, or when you arrived, you were advised that this was voluntary. You did not have to speak to the police.
I guess I don't remember. I'm sorry.
It's okay. But you were not in any way told that you had to speak with the police.
I don't think so.
And again, this was not a short interview. You covered a lot of territory during that interview, correct?
I think I was there for about an hour, yeah.
If I were to, just about an hour, you said, right?
I think.
So if you were told that the interview began at, say, for example, 10:24 and ended at 11:20, that'd be about an hour, right?
Yes.
And you were there voluntarily that time.
Yeah.
And you were there to help.
Do what I could and didn't think I'd be here risking my own life.
Thank you.
In my own life.
Oh my God.
There are no further
That's
questions.
weird.
We'd ask for the witness to be excused, please, so she may go.
Ma'am, you may be excused. You're not to take pictures on the way out.
Well, they got in what they wanted to get in. Adam beat Kayla. And someone asked what a sous chef and stuff like that. In bakeries in Denmark, you're called a master baker if you own the bakery, and
State may call its next witness.
and a
Thank you, Your Honor.
master.
The state calls Mr. Michael Doe to the stand.
Well, like a master assistant, and then you're a baker, and then you're an apprentice. But we don't have pastry chefs and stuff like that because we all do the same things. You could be a conditor. They make the fancy things. Yeah, Michael something? He looks like an officer.
Please go to the witness stand. Please watch your step on the courts there. And remain standing when you get there, sir. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat. Mr. Dobe, as we're being recorded here today, would you please go ahead and state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Michael Dobe, Michaeldobe.
And Mr. Dobe, what town do you live in?
Londonderry, New Hampshire.
How long have you been living there?
10, 11 years.
And how far did you go in school?
I have an associate's degree.
In what field?
Criminal justice.
And with regards to that associate's degree in criminal justice, can I ask a little bit about your work history? What are some of the kind of different jobs that you've had in your life?
Yep. So I've worked about 15 years in the security and asset protection field.
And what are the different businesses that you did security and asset protection for?
I did security at the Mall of New Hampshire, and then I did asset protection for Kmart, Rite Aid, Walmart and Macy's.
In Macy's.
Ooh.
Are you still working at Macy's now?
I am not.
Okay. Where do you work now?
I work for the Department of Veteran Affairs.
And what do you do for them?
I was hired as a police officer, but I'm currently working in dispatch until I can go to the police academy.
And when is that scheduled to be?
April.
In April of this year?
Correct.
Okay. You said that before you were working at Walmart. What are the different Walmarts that you've worked in?
I was mainly out of the Manchester, New Hampshire store. I would assist in other stores, like just during inventory.
And the Manchester, New Hampshire store, just
Didn't we see him in the gun trial? He was the one where they brought in the video evidence of the 3 phones being put, and where we saw them walking in the aisles of Walmart. I believe that's the guy.
for jurors who may not be familiar, where is that Walmart in Manchester?
725 Gold Street.
Okay. If we were going to leave here at the courthouse, what would be the way that you would take to get down to where that is, where Gold Street is?
Me personally, I would just go up Central Street to Beach, take a right onto Beach to South Willow, and then South Willow to Gold Street, and then the Walmart's right there.
How long did you work at that particular Walmart?
Approximately 2 years.
And what are the other Walmarts that you've worked at?
There was a few. Keene, Hooksett, and a couple of other ones, but I don't remember the towns.
In regards to the Manchester one, was there anybody else that was working security and asset protection with you at that location?
Yeah, there was a few of us.
And
How were your shifts divided up? What shifts would you work most of the time?
We were just based off of the needs of the business, so it wasn't anything in particular. Sometimes I would open, sometimes I would close, and same with the others.
Are you familiar with the layout of the store? I would assume so, but I don't want to make an assumption.
I am.
Okay. And with regards to that layout of the store, could you go ahead and just kind of briefly talk us through, if I were to go in the main entrance of that particular Walmart, the one here in Gold Street, what do I walk into, and what are the different areas of the store that I can walk to?
So there's 2 main entrances at Walmart. There's the grocery entrance and the general merchandise entrance. When you go through the general merchandise doors, it's the general merchandise area, health and beauty, stationery, arts and crafts, stuff like that. And then the grocery entrance is where the grocery side is.
Inside that particular store, is there a device over near the well, I should ask, is there a service counter?
There is.
Okay. And near the service counter, is there a device over there that's called an ECO or ECO, ECO ATM?
There is.
ECO ATM.
Yeah.
Could you explain to the jurors what an ECO ATM is?
So essentially, it's just a humanless pawn shop. You can put your electronic items in it, and it will give you cash.
And while you were there at that particular Walmart, had they always had an ECO ATM machine there?
A human.
As far as I remember, yes.
I love that. That sounds like something
Have you ever
I
used
would.
the ECO ATM machine yourself?
Not to its fullest extent, just to get an estimate to see how the kiosk worked.
Could you describe that for the jurors, actually? What's
I
the
love
process that a
everybody's
person would
Walmart
go
stories.
through if they're going to go ahead and use this device to turn in an electronic device?
I don't remember the exact steps, but from what I remember is it gave me a sticker to put on the back of my phone, and then I would plug it into the machine, and I would set it on to the kiosk, and it would analyze it or does whatever it does, and then it gave me an estimate.
And then, so it gives you an estimate. And what does that estimate look like? We're talking about dollars?
Correct.
Okay. And then have you taken it any farther with that particular machine?
I did not. It gives you the option to either agree to take the money or to give your property back, and I opted to get my property back.
Have you seen other people using that machine?
I have.
Have you seen somebody use it that opts to go ahead and recycle their electronic device and get payment?
I haven't watched people start to finish do it, but I have seen people get cash out of the machine.
Okay. I'd like to ask, with regards to an interaction you had with the Manchester Police Department back in early January of 2022, were you ever requested for security camera footage from around that area of the ECO ATM and the entire store?
Yes.
And was that request for between the time period, for around December 30th or December 31st of 2021.
It was
How familiar are you with the security camera layout at that Walmart?
pretty good.
Can you describe it for us, the different
Yeah,
types of
it's-
cameras that are used
and
and
we
the
don't-
different ways that you can either view those cameras live or view recorded footage?
Yep. So we have stationary cameras, which are cameras that are just in one spot and don't move. Some are high up, some are low. And then we also have PTZs, which stands for pan, tilt, zoom. And those cameras can pan 360 degrees, zoom in and out, and tilt up and down.
And where do you access the camera system?
From the Asset Protection Office.
And I take it working in asset protection, you had access to that office.
I did.
With regards to the recording that was done, how long did, back at that point in 2022, how long did Walmart hold on to recorded surveillance footage?
It just depended on the camera and how much activity was recorded on that camera, but it was anywhere between 2 to 3 months.
Were you asked to then, again, get video footage from December 30th or December 31st of 2021 and provide that to the Manchester Police Department?
I was able to do that.
So how did you do that? How do you obtain that for the officers when they requested it?
So pretty much generally what they do is they'll give me a time frame and a general description of what I'm looking for, and then I would review that video, and then I would burn the times associated with the video frames.
Were you able to find a specific time for an eco ATM transaction that the police asked about?
I did.
And were you able, from viewing that
Oh,
video,
God.
to see the people who came in and made that transaction?
I was able to, yes.
From the cameras that you had available and the footage that you had available, what, if anything, were you able to view or record about their movements inside the entire store?
So I was able to see 3 people approach the eco ATM machine, and then while one person remained at the eco ATM machine, 2 others then proceeded to walk around the store.
Were you able to recover the footage of all 3 of those people the entire time that they were within the store?
I was.
And once you were able to see that footage, did you make a recording and provide that to the Manchester Police Department?
I did.
Becca's right. He was so excited to talk about this on the stand.
Yeah, and I love that he's got that fancy security title. You're just a shop detective. And Father is from Super Troopers. What's that movie?
Best movie ever.
A stick drive or a thumb drive that's been marked State's Exhibit 141. With regards to that particular thumb drive, are you familiar with that drive?
I am.
Have you had a chance to review the contents of that drive?
I was.
And what is on that drive?
The video that I provided the Manchester Police Department.
And for the purposes of today's hearing in this particular court proceeding, are those all of the recordings that are available for us today of that particular interaction, that eco ATM transaction?
Yes.
And does that also include the other video cameras that you talked about that cover other areas of the store so you can follow people around from one location to another?
Yes.
And is this a true and accurate copy of the video that you provided to the Manchester Police for those particular video files?
It is.
At this point, Your Honor, I'd ask for the identification to be stricken from State's Exhibit 141 to be published to the jury.
Any objection?
Only accordance with prior.
The ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit. And it may be published.
Thank you. I would like to ask you, with regards to this particular series of, or this areas of video footage, how are the video footage itself? Is there a notation that's made or somewhere in the recording about the time that the video was captured? Is that in the footage, or is there another way that that's recorded on this drive?
Some camera angles might have it on the screen when you're watching it. Otherwise, it would be on the document itself, like the saved profile.
Saved profile?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Mr. Doe, what I'm going to do now is I'd like to have us take a look at the footage that you have, that you were able to provide. And just give me a brief moment. I'm going to direct your attention to the screen, and hopefully we'll have the footage over there. Mr. Doe, with regards to these particular drive and its contents, I'd like to go ahead and show you the index of the files themselves. Excuse me. Apologize. With regards to that, is that accurate in terms of your listing of all of the files that are available on this particular drive?
Yes,
And you've reviewed each one of those videos, correct?
I have.
And again, they're accurate for what was provided.
Correct.
With regards to that, I know they're rather hard to see, so if you'll excuse me for a second, I'm going to bring them back over on my screen. And I would like to have you kind
No,
of
that
take us
screen is
through
very
the
crooked.
store.
Okay.
And I'd like to watch different areas of this video footage. We may not watch every single one, but it's my understanding you testified these do cover, for the purposes of today's hearing, all of the relevant video times of these three people being in the store.
That's correct.
So I'd like to start with the file that is entitled Entrance General Merchandise. And with regards to that, I see that there's a title on the slide, General Merchandise, that specifically goes to 135514. Is that a timestamp, sir?
Yes.
So the timestamp is recorded right on the file itself.
Correct.
And also, I should ask, with regards to these videos, is any audio recorded here, or is it just video?
Just video.
Just video. Excuse me just a second, sir. I apologize for the delay. So this is the Entrance General Merchandise video.
That's correct.
And with regards to this, the people that you followed for this Eco ATM transaction, pardon me, that had been done on December 30th of 2021. If you would please point out the three as they come through the store.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll pause it.
These are the three individuals.
So could you describe the very first person that's walking in that group, and I'll use the pointer to point to that individual.
Yep, it's a female wearing either a dark blue or a black jacket. And then there is another female behind her wearing a long sleeve blue shirt. And then a male wearing a black jacket and a tan hat.
And I'm stopping the video in, again, a few seconds into this, we're still seeing the same three individuals.
That's correct.
So this would be those three coming into the store.
That is correct.
Is there another camera just a little bit deeper from that very exterior door that also covers people coming through kind of a vestibule area?
Yes.
And is that one entitled one of your PTZ? What does that stand for again?
Pan, tilt, zoom.
Pan, tilt, zoom. Thank you. Pan, tilt, zoom. Would camera number 17 be able to show us more footage of that doorway?
Yes.
Playing that file, 1355-36.
And then
Yep, I'm going to pause it right
Yeah.
there. Go ahead, sir.
these are the three individuals that we had saw in the previous video.
That area that we see them walk off the screen, where is that area leading to?
That's the front of the store by the registers, and they're heading towards the service desk.
I'd like to go to the service desk video that you provided, and I'm referring to track service desk overview monitor, again, on 12/30 of 2021 from 13:55:50 through 14:29. And I'm going to go ahead and pause this video here for a brief second. Generally, what part of the store is this?
This is the front end of the store, and this is the service desk area.
And so what do I see? Kind of at the very top of our screen here, a line of kind of blue. Are those?
Atheist, and this is a acquisition specialist protection agent of the highest order in Walmart. You might call him a mall cop. We don't care because we saw this video in the gun trial. What you will see is 3 people will go over to this machine, put something in it, get into an argument because they're too stupid to work it or because it's stolen or whatever. And they're probably going to show you they're walking around inside the shop, looking at different stuff and testy to each other. It's such a waste of time. I really hate that we're wasting time on this.
Checkout aisles that I'm seeing.
Yep, those are the front end registers.
And can you please point out where the Eco ATM machine is to recycle electronics? Where's that? Right here. There. So you're pointing to the green device on the left-hand side of the screen against a blue wall. Is that an accurate description?
That's correct.
What I'd like to do is go ahead and keep playing this video for a moment, and then have you tell us when you see those same 3 people come back. Yes, sir. You have the camera.
These are the 3 right here.
Right there.
Correct.
Could you please point out where those 3 are again? First of all, we'll start with the woman that was in the dark colored jacket from before.
Yep.
Okay. And the woman in the light blue colored sweatshirt, and the gentleman with the darker sweatshirt and the tan hat.
Right now, I just feel like they want to put everything in to confuse the jury.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so
No, we're gonna
they
let this
are
play
trying
for
to
just a
pawn a
minute. I'd like to
phone.
ask you a couple of questions while explaining. So
Okay.
I apologize, but all of our attention is going to be on the screen.
If
right
I
now.
remember right,
Watching.
one
The
Samsung.
woman in the light blue sweatshirt, what color bag does she have?
It appears pink.
And the gentleman with the dark sweatshirt, he had just pulled up his pants there with the tan colored hat. What color shoes generally?
Looks black.
Now, when you have used this device yourself, this Eco ATM, how long did it take for you to plug in the device and get an estimate about what you might be able to get for that device?
Just for the estimate, I would say it was approximately 5 minutes.
I'm just going to back it up a little bit. I apologize. I think I was talking over something.
No, you weren't. Just keep it rolling.
No.
So do we still see the same 2 females that came in using the device?
That is correct.
And the gentleman, can we see that gentleman in the tan hat here?
No.
Wow, it's like all the joy of being in Walmart, but not getting anything and coming to come home.
Yeah, you're saving a lot
You see
of
the
money.
gentleman in the tan hat now.
Yes.
Where is he?
He's back at the Eco ATM machine behind the female with the black jacket.
Go ahead and press play. Could you please stand up again for a moment and show us where he is?
Yep.
And in the gun case, we never found out whose phones it was. So we don't know if it's stolen or there's any evidence on them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I'm sure we can have another trial later with this.
As we're watching the 3 of them in the machine, Mr.
With
Doe,
this footage
particular camera,
again.
does this have the ability to zoom in, pan, or tilt, or is this just a fixed camera?
This is just a fixed camera.
So the video image that we see is this is the angle we get. We can't zoom in anymore.
That's correct.
Chris, they are pawning off their old cell phones. It's a machine where you can put it in, get an estimate, and then you get way underpriced than if you turn it into a regular store. Well, Zach, if the shoe fits, where is the slipper?
Gentleman in the tan hat, you still see him in this at this point in the recording?
I do.
Point out where he is, please. Thank you.
I'm not even sure that we succeed with getting money for them. I remember there's something wrong with some of it.
You know, if I can ask you, with regards to the Eco ATM, again, as we're continuing to watch the footage together, with regards to that device, do you know whether or not that device records photographs of the individuals who are using the device?
It does.
Yeah. No, don't send me stuff, people.
And the individual with the light blue colored sweatshirt, from this angle here, can you see whether or not she's leaning on the ATM?
It doesn't appear that she is, yes.
And the other woman in the dark colored jacket, is she still standing next to her?
She is.
And it's my understanding you've seen this video a couple different times, correct, Mr. Doe?
That's correct.
And this standing at this particular device, this goes on for some time, is that right?
It does.
It's Adam in the hat, Kayla in the baby blue sweatshirt.
At some point, Mr. Doe, as we're watching along here, are we going to witness the gentleman in the tan
black,
hat,
I'm not
dark
sure.
colored sweatshirt, and the possibly black shoes or at least dark colored shoes? Are we going to see him walk away from the two women that are using the device?
That's correct.
And when he comes back, does he have on all of the exact same clothing, or has it changed at all?
It's changed. He had removed his jacket and he's wearing a staff t-shirt.
So, and during that time period, do you see the two women leave the Eco ATM while he's gone and then coming back changed?
I don't recall if it's during that, but I do recall one of the females leaving with the male at some point.
The point is they are going to turn in some phones and get it. It's used as evidence in the gun trial as well. And there's no evidence. They're just turning in some phones and going into shop.
Oh, okay.
Remember, these are the people who can take out $500 and buy new power tools, but they have to pawn 3 phones. There's no evidence in this other than them standing there. It's super, super stupid. For anyone who watched the gun trial knows there's nothing here. The next thing is they're going to show us they're walking around in Walmart for like 10 minutes.
In your review of this section of the video, does the gentleman in the tan hat ever stand up to the screen, or is he behind the ladies like he is now?
It's a waste of my
He's
time.
either behind the ladies or standing to the side of the machine.
Which side of the machine?
The side closest to the registers. So from this angle, it'd be the right-hand side.
Right-hand side, top of the screen.
In the gun case, nothing came out of it. No, I watched it in the gun case, and again, they're just selling phones and walking around in the store. I thought it was because they stole something that we saw it, but I don't believe there was anything in this case. It's just to show them out pawning money. KDP, I don't know. It's a waste of everyone's time. This has nothing to do with Harmony, but it's implying that maybe there was some evidence on these phones, maybe. I don't know. They didn't have their tax return at this time, though. That's correct, Ariel. That's the problem. Yeah, but
Wait, are you
Well-
implying that people like Adam and Kayla would be irresponsible with their tax return?
well, they claimed Harmony on them for 3 years after she disappeared, so.
Oh, well, then they're just.
No, it's not to prove Harmony isn't with them because Sean, Declan, and their new little baby isn't there either. Remember, this is in 2021, and she can't figure out how to work the machine, so now he's getting angry, and I don't know if it's to show he has an explosive temper. He doesn't beat them up or anything. Nothing, and that's why I'm angry. Nothing. Zach, I will turn this case around. Yeah, they're throwing everything in there. Yeah, but those phones aren't recovered. Yeah, but again, this is 2 years after. It's not the same year. It's just typical junkie behavior. Come on, man, get the money, get the money. I can't figure it out, man. Come on, I need the fix. Come on. Did they mention this in closing at all in the gun trial? No, I don't think so. Well, it's half a year ago, so I don't remember the specific. I just remember yelling at Jamie because we were watching this video.
I know it's all coming back to me now.
Yeah, but then tell me what I'm supposed to know, because the Eco ATM refurbishes
About 9
the phone.
minutes and 40 seconds into this particular camera footage. Can you still see the same 3 individuals?
I can.
But if it's going in a circle and you turn it around, it'll just go in the same circle the other way around.
Yeah. No. This is just waste of time. It's just crackheads trying to get money out of an ATM.
Do you know how
Yeah,
many
this
items
is-
were recycled during this transaction?
I don't.
We don't know, Nanny Do, because I don't think they're even. I think it was an iPhone, a Samsung, and a Huawei. I can't remember. It's 6 months ago. So. Kayla tried to get Adam back in 2021 when he was
Ask
in Maine.
specifically, do you know any of the individual items that were recycled during this transaction?
I just know of a phone, but I'm not sure of a particular phone.
So not a particular number or make or model or anything like that.
That's
just
correct.
A phone.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, and that stupid thing, but
The gentleman
can
in the
you
tan
point
hat,
out
where
the
is he
people?
now at this
We're
point?
not idiots. We're jurors.
He's still on the side of the Eco ATM machine closest to the service desk, so that would be the left-hand side of the machine.
Yeah. And that Adam picks up litter from the floor. He's a good guy.
Yeah. He's redeemable.
But I just feel whenever they do that, it's because they have a bad case.
Yeah, none of this makes sense.
At least the jury gets a lunch break after this.
Yeah, I would be demanding one.
What is this? Oh, I know I'm repeating myself after you guys have been yelling for 20 minutes. Just like, what is this brew?
To the right-hand lower side of the screen as we're still watching what's unfolding. Can you tell us how long this video track is, please?
It's cut off a little bit, but I believe it's a little over 33 minutes.
33 minutes long.
33 minutes of them standing there. Come on.
Forward a little bit in time. I know you stated at one time that this individual is going to change his clothing, the gentleman in the tan hat.
That's correct.
What does it
Yeah,
matter?
Elaine, let's see us.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Let me
Objection
withdraw
is
the-
sustained.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Dove, I believe that, I apologize, you did testify at one point that he's going to take off his jacket, correct?
That's correct.
Oh, God. He takes off his jacket.
Yeah, that's to hide his identity. They said that in the gun trial. That's just a
So I
stupid argument.
apologize, my eyes are not
His
what they used to be.
identity is clear.
Are we about 2 minutes or so? Oh, hold on a moment. At this point, is the gentleman in the tan hat walking away?
He is.
Beats
What
girl,
about the
we don't know
young lady
because
who's
they didn't
wearing
know
the
in the
dark
gun
jacket?
trial.
Yes, she's
They
following him.
never asked about it.
I believe you said that you have other cameras in the store
Maddening.
that cover different sections of the store. Is that right?
That's correct.
With regards to that, let me ask you, are any of those cameras a little bit closer to be able to see an individual's face or what they're wearing?
Yes.
Oh,
And why is that? I'm going to pause the video here. Why is that? Why do you have cameras that are closer to people as compared to a camera like this, which appears to be up in the corner?
So some of the departments, we consider them high risk, meaning that there's a lot of
now
theft
we're
that
gonna
comes out of
see
that
the video where
department.
they walk
So
around
there's
in-
better camera angles in those aisles. So some of them are closer, not exactly face level, but it's almost face level. It's probably about 6.5, 7 feet from the floor. And we call those the public view monitors. And that's because when you enter the aisle, the camera, there's a monitor above the camera that shows yourself in that aisle. So you can actually see yourself in that aisle.
A customer can see themselves.
Correct.
And what's the point of having that set up?
So people know that they're on camera.
What what I'd like to do is talk with you about, I'm going to leave this video footage here for a moment. I'd like to go to a different track, if I can, to one of those cameras, so you can kind of explain that to us. Specifically, I'd like to go to a track that you provided listed cosmetics EVPM 6, again, on December 30th, 2021, 14/28/33 through 14/28/51. Is this one of those cameras?
It is.
Oh,
You see the gentleman in the tan hat here?
I do.
Okay.
And you stated before about his jacket. Is that still on or has that been removed?
It's been removed.
Could you please point out
Okay.
where the gentleman in the tan hat is? And the lady in the black
Coors
coat?
Light shirt.
Is that the same, are those the same individuals that we saw before coming into the store together with the other female wearing the light blue sweatshirt?
Yes, that's correct.
This is
Person
must miss television.
Mm-hmm.
What's written on the back of his jacket there?
Oh my
Staff.
God.
Staff.
Why do we care? It's
And in
a
front of the
t-shirt.
shirt, did you see the logo?
I did. I don't recall. I believe it was Coors Light or something of that nature.
Why does that
Cameras on
matter?
multiple areas of the cosmetics aisle.
We did
So
the
can we
same in the
follow where they
gun
went to right after they turned the corner there?
there's no
Yes.
evidence. They don't even
I'd like
steal
to
anything.
now play for you a track you provided listed cosmetics EPVM4, again, December 30th, 2021, 14/28/47.
We have another video.
13, and ask you some questions about this.
Why are we watching this?
Unless he bought the duffel bag here, I don't want to see this.
Yeah, unless he's carrying around the bag in question. What does it matter? He's a
Yeah, he's-
crackhead. He's
they're arguing.
trying to get money. You're hanging out in the
Two
Walmart.
individuals that walked in the middle of the screen. Did you recognize who they were?
Yep, those are the same individuals.
Sorry, Restless Mom.
And now I'd like to move
Go lie down.
to the next track that you provided, Cosmetics EVPM 6, December 30th, 2021, 14/29/10.
I remember we were sitting here
14/29,
thinking that they stole
21.
someone, so there would be some action. But they're just walking around.
Oh,
I
they
think
didn't even shoplift? This is terrible.
I know he didn't even like snatch some foundation up or something. Come on.
I know. I was waiting for a cliffhanger. Like,
These
will
are
they?
the same
Won't
individuals
they?
that we're seeing here on this video.
Yes.
Can you, now that you've got, to be able to see the gentleman, can you make out what's on his shirt?
I see the letters COO.
are they going to impeach him for never working for Miller for Corlight?
Yeah. Coors Light. It
And
was
this
not
has
a
that
staff.
progressed to another aisle that
They're
has
bringing
video
a
footage,
Coors Light
two of them
expert in.
closer up like that.
They're bringing.
I believe so,
Pearl
yes.
in.
I'd like to now show you the
Well, it's
file
very
that you
important.
provided, Cosmetics EVPM 5, December 30th, 2021, from 14/29/18 through 14/32/16. Let us know if you see those same two individuals come on this video clip, please.
I do hate those cosmetic cameras though. They go ding.
I do.
You are being recorded. I'm like,
Could you point out where they are?
This is the male and then the female.
Can you still see
Oh,
the
is he
same
gonna take
tan
a
hat?
scrunchie?
Oh, he has a burner phone.
I can.
He has a burner phone.
In regards to
That's
these last three video clips that we've watched and the one that we're watching right now, do you see the dark colored jacket that he had on from before?
He is not wearing the jacket.
Oh my God. Where did the jacket go? That's where we really need to.
that's what
focus
I
our
really need to know. Is
investigation.
where did he put it? Did he like hang it back up for somebody to buy? Ew.
No, that's not Kayla. I want to know if it's Tabitha.
Yeah,
This is-
Kayla
Yes,
still has the
Biddleford is
little
on my
kiosk.
island.
Pause the video here about halfway through. Now, do you have a chance to see the other half of his shirt here?
I do.
Okay, and do you recognize the logo on that shirt now that you've seen both halves?
Ollie,
Yes,
I'm
it-
sorry.
It appears that it says Coors.
Do you want to come on and run pointing out the obvious that I didn't see because I'm so angry at watching this video?
It's just seriously pointless. Oh, is she gonna steal something? No?
Well, I mean, this has been riveting, but
Mm-hmm.
notice they're not looking
No.
for anything for their kids.
Tabitha wasn't Craig Elsa. Craig Elsa was Madero's girlfriend.
It's Brittany.
She is stealing. Oh,
Well, what is? I don't care if she's stealing. Like, she's not on trial.
Craig Elsa was Brittany. Hey, Ginger with a soul, and I hope Vice has had a great show. He almost always have, because he's a great streamer. How do you know that, Holly? Talking about a Bud Light lover. Hey, Lefty.
Aw, Lefty.
All this video is making me do is ponder, is it too early to day drink?
So, Joe, you said that some of the cameras are very close. Is that some of the closest cameras that you had when you were working at Walmart to a person's face and features?
The only other close ones I would think of would be the
Holy.
entrance and the exits.
Yeah.
And is there also
Get
kind
over
of a, say, a middle view as compared to kind of an eye in the sky for you? Is there one almost that's like in the middle where you get a little bit closer to the individual?
Yes, there are some of those.
And specifically, do you have any like that that comes with a label called razor blades when it comes to your video?
Yes.
Why is it that Walmart keeps video footage over the razor blade section?
It's just another aisle that's considered high risk.
I'd like to play one of the other tracks that you've provided titled Razor Blades, again, December 30th, 2021, from 14:32:50 through 14:34:31. And ask you about this video. Is this that other view?
It is.
Can we see the same two people on this video?
We can.
I apologize, I was talking over that part. Start from
The guy with the hat is Adam Montgomery.
Could you please
And I'm
let
not
us
sure
know
who the other
when
one
you
is.
see them, and I will pause the video footage as
Yep.
we're playing back now.
I see them, and they're on the far left of the screen.
Could you please point out where they are in this image?
Yep.
Thank you. So play. Cosmetic section that we saw them walking through before, is that just to the left or the right of this camera?
It's to the left.
To the left. Okay.
Yeah, our razor blades are in a cage in most stores. No, they are not in the picture now.
You see them again?
I do.
Please point out where they are on the screen. So down at the bottom center, coming up the aisle.
That's correct.
Where are the exits in relation to this aisle?
The
No,
exits.
directly into the
So the
mic.
general merchandise exit is just to the right of this camera view.
So So you're pointing to like the top right off the screen.
Correct. So just past this aisle is the pharmacy, and then right after the pharmacy is a general merchandise exit.
And what about the grocery exit?
That's farther down.
Same direction.
Correct.
But they went the opposite way.
And with regards to these two
Please try. Coffee
individuals,
comes with
were
a
you
small
able to
label on the
capture
top, or somebody
footage or
stole
were
it.
you able to see footage that was captured of them exiting the store?
I was.
I'd like to specifically play, again, from the same exhibit, track that you provided entitled Exit Grocery, December 30th, 2021, from 14:36:25 through 14:36:34.
I want to shave my legs.
You see the gentleman in the tan hat?
I do.
And
I
can you
say
describe
reach
what
for
he's
the
wearing
Star
at this
Baker.
He is still wearing the tan hat and the Coors t-shirt.
And bring 2 more seconds in. You see the woman in the dark coat from before.
I do.
She's still wearing the dark coat.
She is.
With regards to all of the footage that's available on this particular drive, does it appear that she changes her appearance at all during the time that she's in the store?
It does not.
And other than the fact that he removes the dark colored jacket, does it appear that he changes his appearance other than the jacket?
It does not.
Do you know where that
So,
jacket
so
went
he's
or where
hot
he
because
placed it?
I do
he
not.
just did drugs. That's why he doesn't carry his jacket around. I wear a sweatshirt
Finally,
almost all the
back
time. I never wear a
at
jacket.
the service desk monitor. Looking forward to 32 minutes in.
I don't want.
You've reviewed all of this footage, is that correct, Mr. Doe?
I have.
And with regards to this, is
Kayla is
this
standing at the
particular
ATM.
individual, the one in the light blue sweatshirt, stay there and finish the transaction before leaving?
She does.
Do you see her exit with the other two or not?
She does not. She actually exits a different door.
I should do that for a grift stream for my tickets to
Mr. Doe, going to end
US
there.
today.
With regards to that
Back
and the
my
other
leg.
footage on there, once you have that provided, once you have that obtained, who did you provide it to the Manchester Police Department?
I don't recall if I gave it to an officer exactly or if I dropped it off at the front desk. But I know the video was for Detective Bergeron Rosa.
Other than the footage that we went through, I know you stated that there are additional moments in that footage of that you provided of them walking around the store. Is that correct?
Correct.
For what's been admitted as an exhibit here today, closer up to the picture, what we see was as close as we could get.
That's as close as we could get.
Thank you. Just a moment, please, Ron. Thank you, Mr. Doe. I have no further questions for you. Defense counsel may have a few.
Okay.
Just
No
brief, excuse me, just briefly. For those that don't know what an Echo ATM is and how it works, you
Oh, dear
walk
God,
up to
no.
the machine with whatever you want to exchange, right?
That's correct.
And then you scan it, right?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you know the rest of it?
I don't know the entire process, no.
Okay. Okay. And
Okay. They didn't get any wet wipes, so they
Have
didn't
you
kill
seen-
anyone.
never mind. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor. No, we'd ask for the witness to be excused, please.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, sir, you may step down. You are excused.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it looks like this is just the right time to take a lunch break. So thank you for your attention this morning. We'll take a lunch break now, 1 hour, hopefully starting back in 1 hour. So please be back from lunch at 10 after 1. Okay, 10 after 1. Thank you, everybody.
Well, what would you cross? You didn't see anything. They didn't ask anything.
Can you please explain again about this humanless pawn shop? So it's just
Again,
like-
there's no evidence connecting anything to Harmony from that case. Well, at least pull out the phone and say,
All right.
you got pictures of it.
Any preliminary matters we need to deal with?
Your Honor, just with regards to the state's next
You can be
witness-
seated. Sorry.
With regards to the state's next witness, we will ask if the lights can be dimmed as much as possible due to the medical condition that he is facing right now.
Any objection?
No,
Okay.
no.
Look, oh,
Okay. Let's surprise the jurors and let's really start at 10 after 1. If for any reason there's some issue that comes up during lunchtime and you want to see me, just let a court officer know or let someone know. They'll come get me. I'm available. Okay.
I will be reviewing another exhibit by the state that I have not seen. It is not about the next witness, and I'm sure the next witness will be a while, so it's nothing that needs to be brought up during lunch, but I don't know if I will have an issue or not.
If you do, let's try to if you do and you do and we can address it before we come back. I'd rather do that than try to do it when we're, when we just have a short break. So if there's something that we can address that you have, then let me know.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
be on time for one.
Oh, yeah. Council, anybody needed for transport for tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
I'm sorry, Tuesday. Sorry.
Oh, that's the best joke Elaine heard all year.
Okay.
Elaine, you stop kissing ass. She doesn't decide anything.
It's, President's Day on Monday, and tomorrow is Saturday. You suspect evidence coming. Well, not anything from this one, because we already know it from the gun trial. There is no evidence. They didn't get anything out of the Eco ATM after. So there's no evidence connected to this ATM. So again, it's just a waste of time. And that changing appearance. He took his jacket off. It's not like he put on a fake mustache and did a terrible French accent like the Pink Panther thing. Good morning, Wendy. You are just in time for lunch. And Jamie, you're still muted.
Oh.
Yeah, I saw you yelling.
That's really all I was doing. No, I was just laughing at you, and then they said he changed his clothes. He took his jacket off. Like, calm down.
It's not like he was becoming a super spy.
No,
Yeah.
and again, if there was anything in that phone, I wanted it presented. If they had snuck up saw blades for the circular saw, I wanted that to be shown. But you just saw two people walking around, cracked out of their mind, trying to buy stuff and getting a new burner phone. No, Beckerlin, if you are on YouTube, you'll just write it on. If you write it in chat on YouTube, it hits 2. You don't need to enjoy. It's just for, I don't know what the extra fee. I never do it, because if you just write it in chat, it'll work fine.
Yeah. You just have to be signed into your YouTube, like under your name and stuff.
Like this. And on that note, I'm gonna make myself some dinner, and I hope I'll see you all later. And if you're leaving now, please follow me on X or on my Discord, and we will notify you when we go back leave.
They say 10 after 1.
10 after 1, yes.
Okay.
But I will be hanging out in the background, considering my life choices.
There you go.
Hey,
I thought you were
Tilly
gonna
and
say going to
Young.
Walmart.
Tilly and M. Young. This isn't shit. It's a good stream. We have Mo on today, so it's a great stream. Don't call it shit. That's not nice. Yeah, of course, Zach went with thick.
Yeah, I saw that too. Like,
Yeah, it'll be 10 after 7 for me. So,
right.
come on.
Right.
I just
All
need
right.
I need some energy back in the body. Then we're ready for
Yes,
the
I'm
next
gonna
guy.
go get some lunch.
Oh, he probably has glaucoma, so he needs a little puff pass before he goes to court.
Oh,
Oh
well, what
God.
does that have to do with the lights? Does that make the lights like too much for you or something?
I don't know, but if I could use it as an excuse to be high in court, I'll use it.
I mean, yeah, to be fair, if I had a pass, I'd be like, yeah, no, I legally have to be high to be here. I have a
Oh,
doctor's note.
yay, we got all of them.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's a great
Those are all.
group of people we have. They're great at this. I'm just feeling so sorry. I think T-Bone is live right now, and Eris is sick, so she can't play along. I feel so sad. But I'm gonna make this big screen turn on some music, and we'll say you later.
All right. I'll be back. Bye.
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 Didn't he say that they should surprise the jury and be back on time? But it's probably close to almost on time. But hola, everyone. And hope everyone had a little lunch, whatever you did. Oh, Donati snuck in today. Today wasn't a surprise day. Look, Jamie. My cream pie mug.
Aww.
And I fixed the writing so it should be more spaced out so you can see cream pie, the sweetest finale.
Aw.
Available in my spring store.
Yeah. Somebody
Who
needs
was
to
the
get
last witness? Not sure if you missed it. The last witness was... it was a Walmart store detective who had
Store
absolutely...
detective.
Yeah, well, I know he was acquisition, protection, security, hyper special
Hybrid
services.
special forces. Yeah. Special ops.
Yeah, he showed us 45 minutes of videos that has absolutely nothing to do with Harmony Montgomery. But he took his jacket off, so it was very, very important. Yeah, it's a cute little cream pie. So, yeah. Stalin, the last 2 days... Yeah! My team just scored in football. The last 2 days have mostly been a waste of time, interspersed with some good witnesses that proves that Adam was super paranoid and aggressive.
Mhm.
So, yeah. Yeah, tech guy about a video camera that had nothing to do with Harmony.
Mhm.
Yeah, this will be the evidence that burns him. No, football, not... I know you Americans don't know sports, but it's not Handic, it's football. Yeah, it was just a waste. It was the makeup aisle. Maybe they hit her in the makeup aisle. Poll doesn't has an option for Miller. No, but you know my polls, I always forget to see the results, but 63% of you is right. Light beer isn't beer. Last witness was Paul Blood Cup. He was so paranoid when the guy yesterday said he took the ceiling lights off because he thought there were cameras in there. Yeah, that's a red flag. Well, and today, who have been the good witnesses? You had the lady who did maintenance and took Kayla away when she was beaten up.
Yeah.
Again, to paint Adam as a psycho. That was good. Paul Blart, not that good. The guy who rented the U-Haul and said they did drugs together, other than kind of destroying his girlfriend at the time's testimony, it was stuff we already knew. I feel I am watching footy. Yeah, my team is up 1-0. I just feel, and I get this feeling whenever the state puts in so many absolutely useless witnesses, it feels like they don't trust their own case. There's very strong DNA evidence, but the big problem is Kayla is so untrustworthy.
Mhm.
I'm guessing, I was actually thinking they should end, they were about to end yesterday, but and now we're having a guy who can't see. I don't know.
Something about a
I
medical
don't
condition
get.
where he needs the lights dimmed. That's about all we know.
Yeah, remember they wanted 55 to 65 witnesses, and that's way down from the more than 100 witnesses that was on the original list. But still, you don't need all of these witnesses, and he won't. Well, maybe he will come in on Monday, but the rest of us will stay away on Monday because Monday will be President's Day, the day where you celebrate your greatest and first president, Benjamin Franklin. Oh, Stephanie, that's a good pearl. Why are you laughing, Jamie?
Nothing.
President Franklin invented electricity, America, and laid the groundwork for the internet. Without him, no internet.
He invented America.
He did. Sammy Joe is a Franklin denier. Why is Ben Franklin on the $100 bill? What? What? Why isn't George Washington on the $100 bill? I'm just saying. Oh, that was Samuel Adams who invented beer.
State may call its next witness when you're ready.
Yes, sir. Excuse me. Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Detective Adam Bergeron Rosa. And before he comes in here, I would just ask that the court turn the lights down.
We're going to turn the lights down, please. We're turning the lights down. The witness has a light sensitivity right now, so we are going to be turning the lights down. Perfect.
All of a sudden, court is very loud.
Just be careful of the wires, please.
Which one owned the most people again? I don't know.
So, Detective Bergeron Rosa, I'm going to ask that you remain standing and raise your right hand. You
Sorry,
swear that the
Dave.
testimony
You're
you will
right.
provide this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and
They didn't
penalties
say
of
on the light.
I do.
No.
Thank you. You can have a seat.
I feel like the lights are just as bright.
And is the lighting okay here?
It's okay. Yeah.
At any point, if you need to take a break, please let us know so we can request
Yeah,
that.
make him put sunglasses on.
Yeah.
Detective Bergeron Rosa, can you begin by stating and spelling your first and last name for the record?
Detective Adam Bergeron Rosa, ADAMBERGERON-ROSA,
And Detective Bergeron Rosa, how are you presently employed?
with the Manchester, New Hampshire Police Department.
And let me back up for just a second. Where do you currently reside?
Where do I currently reside?
City and state.
I currently reside in Allenstown, New Hampshire,
How long have you been
Yeah.
resident?
my whole life.
And you mentioned that you presently work for the Manchester Police Department.
Yes,
How long have you worked there?
just over 15 years.
And what is your current assignment with the Manchester Police Department?
I'm a detective.
As a detective with the Manchester Police Department, what are your roles and responsibilities?
To investigate the crimes within the city of Manchester. That includes things like interviewing victims, suspects, witnesses, other involved parties, processing crime scenes, documenting evidence, collecting that evidence, and I'm also a liaison officer between Leads Online and the Manchester PD.
I'm going to follow up with you on a few of the specific areas as we go along here. Let me ask you this: Are you active? Are you on active duty currently?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Are you currently on a medical leave?
When need be, yes.
And I talked to you earlier about light sensitivity.
Yes.
Are you on medical leave currently?
Currently, I'm on FMLA, yes.
And you're actually out this entire month, is that right?
I am.
So again, if you need to take a break at any point, just let us know.
Okay.
He doesn't need to take a break. Don't try to.
You mentioned working for the Manchester Police Department
Yeah.
for 15 years.
Yes.
Any other law enforcement experience outside of that?
Not outside the Manchester Police Department, no.
As an officer with the Manchester Police Department, did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did in April 2009.
And do you remember what class you were?
148.
Detective Bergeron Rosa, while working in your official capacity as a detective with the Manchester Police Department, were you assigned duties regarding the investigation of the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery?
I was.
And can you describe just generally, so a bird's eye view of your role and participation in that investigation?
Documentation and photographing of various crime scenes and anything when it came to Leads Online.
During your involvement in the investigation, did you participate in neighborhood canvassing?
I did on one occasion, I believe down in Lowell, where we canvassed the neighborhood.
Did you participate in area searches during the course of your involvement?
I did.
How about digs? Did you?
One
participate
occasion,
in-
yes.
On one occasion?
Yes.
And where was that location?
I believe it was 77 Guilford Street.
Did you participate in evidence processing?
I did.
I want to go into some of the specific things that you did during the course of your investigation in this case. And I want to begin by talking about the processing of an Audi IS4 bearing New Hampshire registration 4569334. During your involvement, did you participate in the processing of that vehicle?
I did.
And what was the condition of that vehicle when you processed it?
It was poor. Specifically, the inside was damp, covered in mold. The condition of the vehicle was poor.
What was your specific role in processing that vehicle?
To apply Blue Star to the interior of the vehicle and document the results.
And were you assisted by other detectives in processing that Audi IS4?
I was.
And do you recall their names?
Detective Bombard and Detective Rayleigh.
D-I-D.
Do you recall when that processing occurred?
January 21st, 2022 through January 23rd, 2022.
And I think you mentioned this, but you used a chemical process called Blue Star. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the jury's heard a lot about Blue Star during the course of this trial. Let me ask you this. Did you receive presumptive positive results during the processing of that vehicle?
We did.
And with the samples that you received presumptive positives on, what did you do with those samples?
So if it was on a part of the vehicle that could be
Audi,
removed,
why bring him in now?
remove that article that had that presumptive positive on it and then package that article as evidence. If they were on parts of the vehicle that could not be removed, we took a blood swab or a swab of that area of that presumptive positive area.
So you swabbed the area?
Yeah, we swabbed it.
Do you know what occurred with those samples after your processing?
I don't.
Do you believe they would have been sent to the lab?
Oh, of course.
Okay. And we've already heard from the folks at the lab, so I'm not going to question you about that. I want to transition. I want to switch gears. I want to talk about a specific address, specifically 177 Lake Ave. Are you familiar with that location?
I am.
Okay. Is that also known as the Families in Transition or FIT shelter?
It is.
And what?
Yeah, I think it's kind of like that, M. Young.
In
There's just
Manchester,
one
New Hampshire.
chain
Can you
of custody.
describe your role and participation in processing 177 Lake Ave?
Primarily photography and processing that.
This isn't the mall cop.
Blue Star.
Were you accompanied by other detectives during the processing of the Families in Transition shelter?
I was.
Do you recall the specific room that you responded to?
I don't remember the actual room number, but I do remember being there and doing it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you took photographs during that processing?
I did.
And do you recall who you were with during the processing of the Families in Transition shelter?
Yes, I was with Detective Sergeant Lovejoy, Detective Ray Hill, Detective Garrett Bombard, and Detective Ray Lammy.
Right. And I'm going to bounce around from thing to thing, but I want to switch gears again. I want to talk about the processing of an address, 644 Union Street. Are you familiar with that location?
I am.
And can you describe your familiarity with that location?
It's in Manchester, New Hampshire, more or less at the corner of Union and Orange. It's a big multi-family building with several levels.
Thank you for being a member for 2 months.
How much more?
Yeah, it's only
That's fine.
one
During the course of
week
your
and a half,
involvement in
and
this case, though,
it feels like it's been going on forever.
I know.
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors about the specific actions that you took during that process?
So I was mainly assigned to take photographs of the processing and evidence collection of the first floor at 644 Union Street and the basement, and whatever evidentiary items came out of that.
With regard to the evidentiary items that came out of the basement area, can you walk the jurors through generally what was collected?
So generally speaking, we were focused on the drain pipes going into the basement, where all the other units converged into what's called the plumbers called the tree, that goes down into a single pipe that then exits the building into the city sewer, the street.
How large are those pipes?
Very large. Most of them were very old, 4 or 5 foot sections of cast iron.
Cast iron?
Yep.
I imagine they would be very heavy as well.
They were.
And before we talk more about those specific pipes, what other agencies, if any, were present during the processing of that apartment?
Primarily the FBI was present.
And what was their role in processing that apartment?
As I recall, they were processing the top level of the series of apartments. I was not really there to see what they did, but they were on the top level, and we were on the first floor, and in the basement.
The feds. Oh, my team.
I want to turn back to the pipes that you mentioned.
Okay.
I think you said your role was
Schomburg, nothing much. A guy who rented the U-Haul, a mall cop showing us a video of nothing, and a lady who drove Kayla away once she gotten beaten up.
to collect photographs during the processing of that apartment. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you take photographs of the entire processing of those pipes?
Yeah, I did.
And those large cast iron pipes, were they removed from that apartment unit? The apartment building, rather?
Yes, they were.
Your Honor, may I have permission to witness?
Mr. May?
Are we going to see the plumbing?
Right?
They brought in the ceiling, so they better bring in the plumbing as well.
The pipes.
But yeah, the guy who made the other guy rent the U-Haul. Yeah, yesterday was the guy who rented the U-Haul. Today was the guy who made him rent the
Sir,
U-Haul.
Detective Bergeron Rosa, I'm
And did
handing
drugs.
you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibits 57 through 60.
Okay.
I'm just going to ask that you look through each of those in turn and look up when you finish. Do you recognize those images?
I do.
And what do you recognize them from?
Those are images I took.
You took those?
Yes.
And was that during the specific processing of the pipes that we discussed?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate representations of what you observed that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to strike the ID of States Exhibit, what's been marked as States Exhibit 57 through 60, and mark as full and published to the jury.
No
Oh
objection.
yeah, one had big ears.
All right.
Really
The
big
ID
ears.
is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits. They may be published to the jury.
So Detective Bergeron Rosa, I'm going to leave these with you. I don't
Okay.
know if that would be easier than looking at the screen behind you. I'm also going to put them up on the screen.
Okay.
So whichever you prefer. I'm going to start with a question about those the apartment units that you searched. What led you to those apartment units?
As I understood it, from the lead detectives on this case, it was a prior residence of the people involved.
Who specifically was the prior resident?
Adam Montgomery and Kayla Montgomery.
And so before we get to the actual photos themselves, you mentioned that the pipes were processed. How did you process the pipes?
So this was a unique circumstance for us. So we had to devise a way to get the contents of those pipes out so we can then look at them for anything of evidentiary value. So what we did is we suspended the pipes off the back of a police truck off the tailgate at about a 45-degree angle. And had a sifting device with 3 levels of sifting that we would then power wash the inside of those pipes, and the contents would then spill out onto these sifters. And after each pipe was done, we would empty those sifters and look at the contents to see if anything of evidentiary value was there.
It's almost like gold.
Yeah, yeah, yep.
And let me back up. Before you set up that
Hey, James.
contraption, did you cut the pipes out?
Of course, yes.
Where were the pipes from?
Those pipes were brought to the Manchester police station.
And the setup that you're discussing, where specifically in the Manchester Police Department did that?
These photos, we transferred the pipes to, because this was kind of a large operation, it needed a lot of space. So we went to one of the bays in the highway department across from the parking lot and conducted the sifting there of those pipes.
Yeah, you did say like gold digging.
And so I'm going to turn your attention to what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 60. Is that consistent with the State's Exhibit 60 that's in front of you?
Yes.
And so can you explain to the jurors what we're seeing in this image?
We have, the back tailgate of the truck, and we strapped down the pipes that we extracted from 644 Union Street, and we use our sifting devices and power wash one end of them, and the contents would spill out onto here.
It doesn't look like
and
like cast iron.
And we would look through the contents of those pipes after we power wash them thoroughly and see if there was anything of evidentiary value.
Turning your attention to what's been marked as State's Exhibit 59.
I just ate.
That is one of the pipes after power washing.
I mean, like, what if they power wash it too hard and the
Yes.
evidence goes
That's why you
away?
have 3 layers of sifting in the bottom.
Turning to State's
No.
Exhibit 58.
It's the same when you're panning for
What are we
gold.
looking at here?
You make sure.
That is
Never
the
done
this
that, but
image of the
that's
double
okay,
pipes. That's
cool.
the one closest to you. That's before power washing.
Now,
Good
you
watch
mentioned
on
a power
story.
washing, and I want to turn to State's Exhibit 57. What are we seeing in this image?
A high pressure hose that is manned by, I believe, I can't see the face, but if I remember, it was Detective Bombard holding that. And the high pressure hose, you put it in the end of the pipe, and the water would shoot down the pipe.
No,
and any loose
it washed
contents
into 3 different
flow
layers.
down into those sifting devices.
And you mentioned those sifting devices. Let me ask you this, Detective. Was there a forensic anthropologist there that day with your team?
There was.
Okay. And do you know that individual's name?
I do not recall, but she was there. I don't recall her name.
Why was there a forensic anthropologist there that day?
Well, in the instance that we found any kind of human remains, she would be able to assist us in identifying preliminarily if those remains were in fact human or not.
Your work that day processing those pipes, about how long did you work on that specific processing?
It was most of the day.
Multiple individuals there.
Yes.
So, Detective, I want to switch gears again. And I want to talk about your involvement with collecting specific evidence items in this case.
Okay.
I want to discuss obtaining evidence items ABR2 and ABR4.
Okay.
We spoke earlier about your duties and assignments, and you mentioned that you currently serve as a liaison between the Manchester Police Police Department and an organization called Leads Online. Leads Online.
That's correct.
Can you explain that to the viewers? What is Leads Online and what's your involvement with it?
So Leads Online is a law enforcement pond database that we have access to assist us in our investigations, primarily in stolen property. In the city of Manchester, there are rules and regulations that pawn shops and secondhand dealers have to document what they bring in from people. And that information gets put on Leads Online, which we can then look at. So for instance, in the most simplest terms, if someone commits a burglary at a residence and steals a bunch of items, a lot of times that burglar or their associates for quick cash dumps them off at a pawn shop and gets the quick cash. And we can see, based on the report, statements and everything like that, if the items that are similar or different,
plumbing being
we compare.
Power wash.
And a lot of times those items
Sorry, Penilla.
Do end up in pawn shops for the quick cash that the suspects need for whatever needs they need it for.
So a simplified version of that is you're able to track specific individuals to specific items.
Exactly.
During the course of your investigation, were you tasked with tracking information related to an individual named Kelsey Small?
I was.
And how about Adam Montgomery?
I was.
And did you do that following your assignment?
Yes, on January 5th, 2022.
How did you go about tracking items related to those two individuals?
So I signed into the Leads Online program, and it's fairly simple. I had the names of the people of interest, and I plugged their names into separate searches, and it pops up with any kind of secondhand transactions, that they conducted at either a pawn shop, and in this case, it occurred at an Eco ATM at Walmart.
And let me back up. There was another individual. Were you assigned to track another individual named Caleb Montgomery?
Yes.
And you said tracked to a specific Eco ATM transaction that occurred at Walmart. And I want to talk about that.
Okay.
So I want to turn your attention to December 30th, rather, of 2021. You said that your search yielded results. I want to talk specifically about the results from that specific day.
Okay.
Can you walk the jurors through your involvement in gathering information related to that transaction?
Sure. So I put in the searches for those three individuals in Leads Online. And what came up was on or about December 30th, there were...
Yes. Everything they did is at least a year and a half after the Harmony disappeared and was thrown away. They didn't look for her until 2021. She disappeared in 19. So all the evidence, all of that wasn't looked at all in 2 years. Just when people are sitting here thinking, oh, they looked for her. Yeah, 2 years later, because no one gave a crap about a poor 5-year-old girl. And Kelsey Smalls, as M. Young said, is dead. She was in the car with Adam when he was arrested, died, I think, a couple of months later of a suspected OD.
4 separate transactions for 4 separate electronic devices that occurred at
every time I have
Eco
falafel,
ATM
I love the taste of it,
Walmart,
but
725
it's like
Gold
Taco Bell,
Street on
you're only
December 30th,
renting, you're not keeping.
2021. Those transactions were conducted by Kelsey Small.
I don't know why.
And in those
I love the taste.
transactions, I can see a photo of the individual's ID, because that's what's required to make those transactions, a photo of the individual themselves, and a specific information on each item, like serial numbers if they're available, and a photo of those items that were sold to that Eco ATM.
Your Honor, again, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
So Detective Bergeron Rosa.
So he got the evidence from the Eco ATM.
at State's Exhibit 9.
and can tell you what kind of phones it is.
Published to this jury.
I mean, believe it's a Samsung and
I'm just
iPhone
gonna ask
4
that you
and
take a
can't
look
remember.
At State's Exhibit 90, I'm going to move these exhibits away. And just look up when you have a chance to.
Maybe I'm just allergic to vegetarianism. That's probably it.
These are the certified records of those transactions from Eco ATM.
Have you seen those records before?
I have.
Familiar with them?
I am.
And to the extent that those have already been published, Your Honor, I move to republish to the jury.
You mean to so?
And you mentioned that those are the certified records from the Eco ATM transactions. Did you actually obtain those during the course of your involvement in this investigation?
I did.
And is that those documents, are they consistent with what you obtained?
Yes, they are.
I'm going to ask that you look to the screen behind you. What's up on the screen, is that consistent with State's Exhibit 90 that's in front of you?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
And feel free to look at State's Exhibit 90 or the screen behind you, whichever one you prefer. So I want to ask you, what's the name of the individual in the top left that conducted
Kelsey
the
Small.
transaction that day?
Kelsey Small.
And what was the date and time of the transaction? That should be on the top right.
December 30th, 2021 at 2:18 p.m.
So this is
And so
2
I want to
years
walk through the phone's make and model.
23 days
Samsung
after she
Galaxy
last
A01
supposedly was alive.
cell phone.
And that's with
Samsung,
respect
I
to
got
one
that
of those 4 transactions. Is that-
Yes, it is.
And so I want to ask you this, what amount did Eco ATM pay the individuals for this transaction, for this phone?
$1.
$1.
$1.
You mentioned this earlier, but you said
Nothing.
that Eco ATM captures certain identifying information of the people that make the transaction or the person that makes the transaction.
Yes.
And so
I would,
I
but
want to
go
turn
into
your attention
Sweden.
back to the screen. Those records that you received, did they capture that information?
Yes, they captured this information. Yes.
And you said you'd previously reviewed.
Look at this picture. So they're using Kelsey's face and ID. And Kayla is standing right there. This is his later girlfriend. She looks very young. Did we see how old she was? And $1 for a telephone. And they spent 30 minutes getting the money out of the machine. In my opinion, that's not worth it.
this information. Can you point the jurors to the individual Kelsey Small that you were tasked
Yeah, $1.
with tracking transactions related to?
This young lady right
Hourly
here.
wage of $1. It's a big scam with these eco ATMs.
Detective Bergeron Rosa, what was the next step of your investigation following
Well,
receipt of this information?
He was found in a
So,
car with that lady.
The next
later on.
thing I went to do is I do what's called, I put a hold on these items, which means I send a notification to Eco ATM to say, hey, do not dispose of these things. We want them for our investigation.
And why would you put a hold on items?
So they do not go wherever they go to their processing center and get destroyed.
Okay. Cell phones, do they generally contain relevant information?
Well, yeah, that too.
Well, that's
I mean, the data on these electronic devices can be very valuable to an investigation.
You mentioned putting a hold on those items. Did you ultimately collect them?
I did.
And with respect to the device that you just read,
I have
off
seen them in
yours,
airports,
the Samsung
which
Galaxy
doesn't make sense to me.
A01 cell phone. Did you collect that specific item?
I did.
And did you give it a specific evidence number?
I did.
What was that evidence number?
ABR4.
ABR4.
4.
If I can have just a moment.
So, are we going to have another person in to tell us what's on the phone, if anything?
Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes, you may.
Detective Berger and Rosa, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibits 143 and 144. And I'm just going to ask that you look at each of those in turn and describe to the jurors what they depict.
144 is a photo of that Samsung A01 cell phone, and the other is the packaging, evidence packaging that I put that cell phone in.
You say that you put the cell phone in. So do you recognize the images that are depicted there?
Yes, I recognize these.
Are they fair and accurate?
Yes, they are.
True and correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID of States Exhibits 143 and 144.
Right, the ID is stricken, they're entered as full exhibits, and they may be published to the jury.
So Detective Berger and Rosa, you said that you collected the cell phone and you packaged it.
Yes.
What did you ultimately do with this cell phone?
I later provided it to our cybercrime detective, Lou Krozik.
Like, come
Why
on.
did you do that? Why provide it to a cyber?
Come on, cough more.
So he could perform a cell phone data extraction on it.
You said a cell phone data extraction?
Yes.
This is the guy who got the phones from the ATM. They got $1 for a phone.
Did
Oh,
you receive consent
ooh,
from
well, they must
Eco
have
ATM
taken
to
really good
perform-
care of it.
to take the items and to
Yeah.
search them?
Yes. Before that was done, I did contact Eco ATM, and they gave us clear permission to do what we needed with the devices as it pertained to the investigation, which included a data extraction.
With respect to this transaction, what was the next step in your investigation?
Well, we had a photo of the person who conducted the Eco ATM transaction. So next we wanted to see if we could obtain video from Walmart.
Why did you want the footage from Walmart?
To see who possibly Kelsey was with when these transactions were conducted.
What steps did you take to obtain that footage?
I contacted the asset protection officer at Walmart, Mike Doby, and requested the surveillance video footage.
And did you obtain it?
I did.
And I think you mentioned this, but you interacted with Michael Dobe.
I did.
And similar to the cell phone that we just discussed, did you give that footage a specific evidence number?
I did, and that evidence number is ABR2.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you.
Good afternoon. I have no questions.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sit down.
Thank you.
Oh my God. This is so stupid.
Well, yeah, he blew all of our eardrums. So now we're gonna have someone come in with a data extraction. Really,
Oh, Lord.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the state will call Detective Lou Krozik to the stand, please. Good afternoon, Detective. Please, go right up to where the bailiff is. Watch your step on the cords, please, on the way up. Thank you, sir. And Detective, if you would remain standing just for a brief moment. You solemnly swear the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to come.
Looks like a very sad accountant.
And
Yeah, he's
being
into
recorded here today, please state your full name
forensic.
and spell both your first and your last name for the record.
Louis Krozik, LOUISKRAWCZYK.
And as we can probably guess from your title, can I ask you where you're currently employed?
Manchester Police Department.
How long have you been working there?
About 23 years.
About 23 years?
Yes.
Okay. Did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Standards and Training Academy?
Yes.
And do you remember your academy class number?
131.
131. With regards to the time that you've been working at the Manchester Police Department, can you describe for us, please, a couple of the different positions that you've had and the different sorts of duties you've had during that time?
I started as a dispatcher. In 2003, I became a police officer, and I worked patrol for about 12 years. I then became a detective, worked general cases, investigations, and moved to cyber crimes in, I think, 2017.
2017. And are you still working cyber crimes to this day?
Yes.
And working in that particular unit or division, how are those duties different from necessarily other detectives that might be working juvenile crimes or domestic violence crimes or general adult crimes?
I mostly work with evidence for other cases that other detectives are working on. So I specialize in digital evidence, phones, computers, electronics.
Can you talk a little bit and explain to the jury what is some of the training that you've had to go through in order to be able to work in this unit and do the type of work with electronics that you do on an everyday basis?
I've had a lot of different trainings through the Secret Service, Homeland Security. I've had trainings through some of the companies that make the equipment that we use, including Celebrate, Magnet.
Are we going to have a 2-hour
certification programs also?
symposium about
The
what
trainings
celebrate
that you take part in, do these sometimes happen almost on a yearly basis to keep up to date with new procedures?
Yes, it's constant.
And as part of your trainings and part of your work, I
Look,
should
Mo.
say overall, let's just say work.
I made a copy.
Do you do data extractions from cell phones?
You're
Yes.
muted.
Over the years, about how many different cell
That's
phone
so
extractions
cute.
would you
I
say
was
you've done?
typing something, so I didn't want to
Uh,
be
I
clickety
didn't count, but
clackety.
probably close to 1,000.
1,000.
Green pie,
Aw.
the sweetest
Can you
finale.
talk to us a little bit with regards to when extracting information from a cell phone about the
Now I
term
really want little Debbie's.
IMEI?
This is
What does
terrible.
IMEI stand for?
I hate acronyms, but it stands for International Mobile Equipment Identifier. It's basically a serial number.
I think I hit it.
Like a serial number?
Put on this merchandise.
So I guess like a serial number, is it unique to a brand of phone or is it unique to a handset, a phone itself?
It's the specific phone. It's how the company identifies that phone.
In connection with the investigation into the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery, did you extract data from a cell phone provided by Detective Adam Bergeron Rosa, labeled evidence item ABR4, a black Samsung cell phone with an IMEI number of 352-082-509-319-804?
Yes.
And generally, how are data extractions conducted from a phone? So if I were to bring my phone into you and say, I need you to go ahead and extract it, how do you go about doing that?
We have physical tools and software to copy the data off the phones, and it varies. All phones are different, and there's different operating systems, so it varies slightly, but usually it involves some specified equipment.
With respect to the extraction from this phone, this ABR4 cell phone, how did you do that one? How did that proceed?
We have a tool called a Gray Key.
Gray Key. Is that a software or is that hardware?
It's hardware.
Okay. And how does that work?
You plug the phone in, it gives you instructions. It can determine if
I'm
there's
on top of
pin
trial.
to the phone.
There's a
And
halftime.
Once it finds a pin, it'll extract all the data from the phone.
Is that software generally accepted and utilized by law enforcement agencies across the country?
Yes.
And were you able to extract data from that cell phone, from that ABR4 cell phone?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What was done with the data that you extracted from that phone?
We have a software program that interprets the data to
organize it so that you can.
I zoned out.
And did you save that
It
data
was
into
very
evidence?
long and very
Yes.
Polish.
Do you remember what evidence item you gave to it? It's my understanding that detectives typically use their initials when they put
Yes.
something into evidence. What
That
would
was
this have
actually
been
why I was
called?
looking at the
I
witness
believe it
list.
was LJK5.
LJK5 being your initials, right?
Yes.
Does that data extraction process also place the extracted data into a searchable format so that you can just look through with a user account and find different identified information on there?
Yes, it does.
And one key thing I want to ask, the extraction that you do, does that actually change or put any data on the phone, or does it simply copy the data that's on the phone into the searchable format?
It has to, sometimes it has to put a client on the phone, but it won't alter the user data at all.
And will it alter the information such as messages sent to and from, or list of contacts, or photographs that are on there, videos that are on there, music that's on there, anything like that?
No.
Were photos of the phone and the envelope it came in taken as part of your extraction process?
Have you
Yes.
have you crossed over the
I'd like
names
to go ahead and direct your attention
so
from
you
the
know how
screen
many is
for
back?
what's
Because
already been marked as a
I
full
tried.
exhibit, States
I
Exhibit
lost.
143. And if you could please, what's this a photograph of generally?
That's how we package evidence.
And I'd like to go ahead and look a little bit closer. The label, do you recognize that zoom in as the label on that envelope?
Yes.
And with regards to it, what's the label that's been given for this cell phone? What are the initials that came, the evidence initials that came with this one?
ABR4.
Separate from that, I'd like to also go ahead and show what's been marked as States Exhibit 144. Do you recognize what this is a picture of?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's the back of the cell phone, ABR4.
There are two white rectangles that I see on the screen here. Are those labels?
Yes.
And are those labels that you put on?
No.
I'd like to go ahead and focus in on the label on the bottom, if I could, please, and we'll zoom in here. Is this that same ABR4 phone that you downloaded?
Yes.
Okay. And with regards to that, could you read the IMEI number for us, please?
352-082-509-319-804.
I love chat have shown so much out there discussing what's an abbreviation and an acronym.
Detective Charles, I'm just going to have you look at actually States Exhibit 143. And
It's more interesting what's
144.
going on in the
I
case.
just want to have you go ahead and compare to the images behind you. If you could look back on 144 just for a moment. Other than the fact that the one behind you happens to be in color and that one is in black and white, are there any other changes between those two images?
And Young, don't stop them.
I'd
It's
like
the
to
most
direct your attention
interesting
to
thing all day.
143. Same question. Other than the fact that what's on the screen behind you is in color and what's in front of you is in black and white, any other changes or differences between those two images?
No.
Thank you. Detective, did you look at some of the data that came off of the cell phone yourself?
Yes.
And did the data extraction process that you went through, did that also provide information as to whether or not a Facebook Messenger account was once logged onto the phone and accessed on the phone?
It did.
Okay. Can cell phones that have been deleted still hold on to relevant information on them for investigations?
Yes.
How is that?
There's a couple different ways. For an older phone, you can access the deleted space on a phone. If you delete something, you're basically telling the phone that it can use that space again, but it doesn't remove anything that's there. And then on a newer phone, a lot of times information is stored in a database, and similar to the way the drive on the phone works, you're just telling the database it's okay to use a spot. You're not actually deleting the stuff on the spot until something new has to be written.
I imagine most jurors are familiar with the phrase Facebook or Facebook Messenger, but for those who are not, can you just explain to us what is Facebook and what is the Facebook Messenger service?
Facebook is a social media app, so people can post things publicly or to a private group. Messenger is their messaging app that's associated with Facebook. It used to be one app, but I think they separated it into two different apps. Similar to text messages, you can send and receive messages to people.
How do you identify one Facebook Messenger account from another?
Facebook uses either a unique name or
Prom they
often now
look
it's
at.
a number, identifying number.
Returning back to the data that was extracted from this cell phone that we see up on the screen, ABR4, were you able to see whether a Facebook Messenger account with the account number of 100009007885803 was once logged onto that phone or accessed from that phone?
It was.
And how do you look into a user account extracted from the phone for the Facebook account?
The software will usually identify it. It looks through the Facebook files from the application, and then I manually look at the files that I picked out to confirm that the software is accurate.
So that particular account that I read out before, and I'll be clear about it, it's 1409007885803. Was that Facebook account once logged into this phone that you searched?
Yes.
And you found evidence of that on this phone. Is that
Yes.
correct? I'd like to now show you what's been marked States Exhibit 11. It's a full exhibit. And here I'm on page 2 of that exhibit. Let me ask just generally, do you recognize this exhibit at all?
Not the specific one, no.
Okay. Do you know of any individual by the name of Matt Gendron?
I do not.
I'd like to zoom in here at the very top of the screen. Could you please read for us what the Facebook account is for this message thread involved?
This is 100009007885803.
Thank you. And also on this particular exhibit, and is that highlighted appropriately with the yellow circle, the Facebook account that you just read?
Yes.
And the message that you see on this particular screen, starting on the very first
Gosh,
one.
someone fix that
Can you read
screen.
for us the date and time of that first message?
He's just there to show where they got the extractions from,
2019,
the phone.
12:13 a.m.
And we know
what's
this
the message?
from the jumper guy.
Hey, need help ASAP. Please need
And
a
we're gonna
jump
read them
and
again.
jumper cables ASAP.
And can you please read the date and time in the next two messages?
12/8/2019, 12:58 a.m.
And what are the two messages there?
I need a jump. My car died. We've been sleeping in our car and the battery just died.
Did you say my car died?
Yes.
My car died.
Detective, I'd also like to show you. I'd also like to show you what's been marked States Exhibit 140.
And I'm just going to have you look at that just for a quick moment.
I don't suppose you know who Travis Beach is.
I don't know. I know the name, but
No,
I don't know anymore.
Don't know the person personally.
No.
With regards to this particular exhibit, the same number that you read out a moment ago, the Facebook account that you found on ABR4, also the number that you read out a moment ago on the screen regarding a message to Matt General. Could you please see? Do you see that same 100009007885803 number on that particular exhibit?
I do.
And that particular, the message is going back and forth. Does that person appear to be communicating with Travis Beach from a Facebook account with that same number?
It appears so, yes.
And can I just ask you a quick question, Detective? Regards to the time that's indicated on this particular exhibit, I'm going to take it back there for a minute. Do you see that it says UTC there?
Yes.
Okay. Could you just answer for us?
Greenwich Mean Time.
In regards to UTC, what is UTC in terms of concept of time?
It's universal time code. It's a way that everybody knows what time we're talking about without having different time zones. So if I say 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock is a different time in California. So 8 o'clock is always 8 o'clock in UTC.
So 8 o'clock is 8 o'clock UTC. So does it work like time zones in terms of if it's currently 2 o'clock here, then I've got to think, well, what time is it in California? I have to go back 3 hours, so it must be 11 o'clock there. is that work also from where we are here in the Eastern time zone versus UTC? Like, is there a difference between the two?
Yes, every time zone is just an offset of UTC time.
So what is the offset for where we are now, Eastern Standard Time? What's the offset of that for UTC?
It's
And
minus.
specifically, I'm sorry, I should be more specific. During the winter, when we're in Eastern Standard Time, as compared to the spring, when we spring ahead to Eastern Daylight Savings Time.
You got me because I always mix it up off the top of my head, but it's either 4 or 5 hours minus.
Does it fluctuate back and forth between those
Hours.
two based upon the time of year?
Yes.
No,
What are you saying?
Let me just have a moment, please, Ron.
What are you
there's
saying,
only
Baker?
2 weeks where it fluctuates because I believe GMT goes to spring as well.
So just to
He's just an
clarify,
expert,
detective,
Baker. Don't
between
make
4 or
him
5
ask
hours, depending on the time of year,
questions
that's the
about
difference
things he
between
knows.
where we are now, Eastern Standard Time and UTC.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you, sir. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Oh my God, how annoying.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I'm Jamie Brooks, and I represent Adam Montgomery, and I just want to get a quick clarification on something. The state talked with you about a phone. ABR4 is what it's labeled. And the state talked about how there is a Facebook account that was accessed on that phone. Do you understand thus far?
Yes.
Great. So the state then showed messages
Well, he's
or
condescending
Facebook
and a dick
Messenger
to
exchanges from that account. One involved an exchange with a Matthew Gendron. The other involved an exchange with Travis Beach. Do you follow me thus far?
Yes.
Okay.
Thus far, I hate that saying.
But what is
That's
not
correct
shown
English.
is that those messages were physically typed from that phone. Correct? That's not what the
Correct.
evidence shows.
Yes. Well, I don't know if I'm sorry. Can you rephrase?
Sure. The evidence does not show that those messages were actually made from that specific phone, ABR4, correct?
Okay. I did not review the messages themselves. I reviewed the account.
Okay. So all that's shown is that the account that had those exchanges was accessed on ABR4.
That's what I reviewed. Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Just to clarify, detective, so you found out that that phone was logged into that account, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was all sitting on the deleted space? Deleted space on the phone? Like the account was no longer there on the phone, you're finding it in this deleted space?
The files that show the account were not deleted, but I don't recall whether the account was actually deleted from the phone. But the files were not. They were resident on the phone.
They were resident on the phone?
Yes.
So you could see them?
Yes.
And this was the phone that was
I believe
for
I don't know if any of you have seen these eco ATMs, but I believe that they actually say that they will delete everything on your phone for you. So it's, and again, when I'm going to turn this phone in, if I'm going to swap it, we'll do a hard reset on it to make sure all of my credit cards and stuff like that goes away. So it's not like that's, again, they make it sound like something nefarious, getting rid of a phone. I have an old Nokia. If anyone wants to buy me for $1, I cleaned that out because that's what you
Well,
do when you turn in a phone.
the state wants you to believe at the same time that these are moron crackheads who can't remember where they put this child, allegedly, and now they're super spies that are deleting evidence. I mean,
Yeah.
two things can be true at the same time, but I don't think they went from, well, train spotting to James Bond. But I mean, that's just my take.
Atheist and yeah, I would have ended with the three ladies who talked about how he beat up Kayla and how he threatened her. I don't know why we ended on such a high note yesterday, and now we're talking. There's nothing like technical evidence. Yes, with a cloth.
Know where Detective Bergeron Rosa got it from, or
Yes, I believe he got it from
Probably
Eco
so.
ATM.
thank you.
Nothing further.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Gracias, mille.
Any objection? Witness is excused.
Excuse me. The state calls Craig Stansel, Officer Craig Stansel.
And there's
The state's gonna
75.
call the entire police office.
I know.
There are
God.
75 police officers listed on their witness list. Are they going to go through all of them?
Oh, he hasn't gotten beaten down by the system yet and lost his hair. He must be a new cop.
Oh.
Do you remain seated? Thank you. Raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're going to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. You can have a seat.
Thank you.
Make yourself comfortable. There's some water there.
Thank you.
When you're ready, if you can just begin by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
Yep, my name is Craig Stansel. First is Craig. Last is Stansel, Stanzel.
And I've called you Officer Stansel, but can you tell these jurors how you're presently employed?
Yep, I'm currently a juvenile detective with the Manchester Police Department.
So Detective Stansel,
Correct.
what's your current duties or role and assignment as a detective with the Juvenile Division of the Manchester Police Department?
Currently, I'm a school resource officer at Memorial High School, and when school's not in, I'm a patrol officer.
What is a school resource officer?
Officer at the school. We oversee school safety, and we try and bridge that gap between police and youth.
And you said you also do patrol when school's out.
Correct.
What does patrol look like for you?
Patrol is typical police duties, whatever calls for service might come in, car accidents, domestic incidents, also proactive police work, car stops, things like that.
And how long have you held the position of detective for the Manchester Police Department?
I became a detective in September of 22.
You said September of 22?
Correct.
Have you held any other roles during your time at the Manchester Police Department?
Yep, I started off as a patrol officer.
Were you working patrol back in December of 2021?
I was.
And let me back up for just a moment. Did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did.
What year did you graduate?
I believe it was April of 2020.
Do you remember what class that was?
181.
181?
Correct.
Back in December of 2021, which shifts did you typically work for the police department?
I was working day shift.
What do those hours look like?
7 to 3, 7 to 3:30.
7 a.m. to 3:30 p.m.?
Correct.
And back then in December of 21, what would happen at the start of each of your shifts?
At the beginning of every shift, we have a roll call with either the sergeant and lieutenant of the day, along with all the patrol officers going on shift.
You said that's at the beginning of your shift.
Correct.
About how many officers typically participated in those?
However many are on duty that day, 15, 20.
And you called it a roll call. What's the purpose of a roll call?
Multi-purpose. We do a systems check. We make sure all our gear is working properly. We'll go over any high priority incidents that may have happened recently, officer safety issues, and sort of things to be on the lookout for.
When you say be on the lookout for, do you talk about people to be on the lookout for?
Sometimes, yes.
Is there an acronym that goes along with that, BOLO, for example?
Yes, BOLO.
Be on the lookout for, do those apply to adults as well as children?
Yes.
I want to switch gears. I want to talk about your involvement as an officer with the Manchester Police Department on a case involving a missing child, Harmony Montgomery. Are you familiar with that individual?
Yes.
That name?
Yes.
Can you tell these jurors your role, just generally your role and participation in that investigation?
Yes. Back in December, of that year, I located the vehicle in which he was occupied.
When you say the vehicle in which he was occupied.
Oh,
who's the
this
he that you're
video,
referring
the
to?
defense really wanted
Let's
to
break that down.
figure out if they're
When
going to
did you
play
begin
that.
looking for Adam Montgomery? You specifically.
That morning, be on the lookout was issued during roll call for a blue, I believe, a blue
Timeline
Pontiac
wise,
with main plates that,
play that video
he was associated
and then maybe the interview,
Adam
and
Montgomery.
then it's they're done.
I want to fast forward just a bit, but did you locate Adam Montgomery that day?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
So, Detective, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize the individual depicted in this image?
I do.
And who do you know this individual to be?
Adam Montgomery.
Do you remember the vehicle you mentioned, the
Yes,
Pontiac
I have
with
seen
Maine
Steve
registration?
McQueen.
Yes.
Do you remember the individual that
Locked up in a cooler.
I don't recall the name. I do recall that it was related to Adam's current girlfriend of the time. I believe it was one of her relatives' vehicles.
Does the name Douglas Small stand out to you?
Yes.
Was that the individual who that vehicle was registered to?
Yes.
And if at any time during this discussion you need to review your report, let me know and I can give it to you. But that name sounds familiar. That's the individual whose vehicle you were searching for that day.
Yes.
Walk us through the course of that morning for you until you, from leading the roll call that you discussed to finding the defendant. What did you do? What were steps that you took to find him?
So that particular day, my assigned route was Route 11, which is a West Side route. I started the morning by checking local area hotels, hotel parking lots for that vehicle. I believe I checked the Econo Lodge and one other hotel on the West Side and did not locate the vehicle. I then went to a parking lot where sometimes unhoused people sleep in their cars. And that's where I noticed the vehicle with the Maine
people.
registration.
And let's back up just a bit. What was the purpose?
Why not say
of finding-
homeless?
What was your purpose of finding the defendant? that day?
So the be on the lookout was issued during the roll call to locate Adam Montgomery in the hopes of locating his daughter, Harmony, who family members hadn't seen for approximately 2 years.
2 years. Generally, when you're responding as a patrol person, do you wear any specialized surveillance footage in your person?
Yes, we're equipped with body cameras.
And is that typical of each of your shifts as a patrol officer?
Yes.
Body cam footage, who's that issued by?
I'm sorry?
Your surveillance footage, the body cam footage that you wear. Who is that? Who's the issuing body of that? Who gives it to you? Do you get it from the police department? Do you get it yourself?
The camera?
Yes.
The camera is issued by the police department.
So your body worn camera is issued by the police department?
Correct.
Do you have occasion in your experience to review that footage?
Yes.
And in your prior review of body cam footage that you gather during the course of your time as in patrol, is that the footage that's depicted? Is it taken at the same time as the events that you're perceiving?
Correct.
And is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
And that recording, does it capture the events as they occur to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
So turning to December 31st of 2021, you were looking for the defendant, you said?
Yes.
Were you wearing your body cam
I was.
at that time?
I was.
And was it running?
Yes.
And
I hope
prior
so,
to your
because they
testimony
tried
today,
to
have you had
keep
an
it out.
opportunity to review the relevant portion of that recording?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
And there's nothing really in it other than
Dr.
he's not
Montgomery,
interested in
it's been marked
talking.
For identification purposes, it states Exhibit 142.
But that
I'm
would
just gonna
mean
ask
they
you to
were
look at
about
that.
to close the case down, I think.
What is that item?
USB card.
Okay. Have you seen it before?
I have.
Is there something attached to it?
Yep.
Do you recognize writing on the attachment?
I do.
And what is written there?
My initials.
Did you initial that?
I did.
And was that after having reviewed the
I know, I was thinking that too.
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike that use states Exhibit 142 mark this full published in the jury.
It can be, the ID is stricken, it is entered as a full exhibit, and it can be published to the jury.
Mo?
Mm-hmm.
Should we go on a road trip on President's Day and fix that TV screen?
I'm willing to do it, but
I'm willing to do it.
I'm not a good leveler. Well, I'm good at leveling things, but not in the sense of making them level.
I
Yes,
have my
Miss.
level right here.
Well, you would think that anyone would have been okay with, fixing that, but
Marissa, I'll see if I can get some cheap plane tickets.
Okay.
I'm not sure I can fix his color. He was told his color was askew before. So this is when he fixes it. And all the police officers who always wear jackets should know this little trick. Whenever you sit down, just lift your butt and pull down on your jacket. Then you don't get that little fluffy duffy in the neck.
Bunches. No bunches.
But can't they see it?
There we go. All right. So I'm just going to ask that you turn to the screen behind you. The image that's still on the screen there, what are we looking at?
That would be the blue Pontiac with the main registration that the Bolo was issued for.
And you testified earlier that you found the defendant that day. Where did you find him?
In a parking lot on Harvell Street, adjacent to some softball fields known as Wolf Park.
Wolf Park. I'm just going to start that video up. What was the defendant doing when you found him?
He was sleeping.
And back up for just a second. Were you able to make out an article of clothing that the defendant was wearing?
Yeah, he was wearing a T-shirt that had staff written on the back.
And can you just point at the defendant? You said staff was written on the back?
Correct.
And how about the front of his shirt?
Front says Coors Banquet.
The individual that you identified as the defendant in this case, Adam Montgomery, is that the individual who's on the screen?
That's correct.
Has he ever worked for Coors?
I hate when people wake me up when I'm sleeping in my car.
Oh yeah. Like, leave him
Yeah.
alone.
Was there another individual in the vehicle with him?
Take a nap.
There was.
And
It's
how
just
would you
power
describe
nap.
that individual?
It was a female asleep in the front seat.
And you testified earlier that it was a blue Pontiac, I believe?
Correct.
Seeing your body cam footage, do you agree that it's blue?
Blue, maybe grayish.
Did you
I'm
get
not
the
sure they're
one
allowed to
colorblind
blind
Individuals that
detective?
you with the defendant during your interaction?
It's a female in the front seat.
I just love that they keep bringing up the shirt. What does his shirt say again? It says staff. He's a
Yeah,
Coors
because-
staff.
Juries
he
can't
alleged
read
he's
in
never
New Hampshire.
worked.
How can that man make so many ladies and I can't make any?
Well, you have
I'm
seen
sorry,
the
but
ladies,
the
haven't you?
quality of his ladies are not really. you
Well,
know.
low quality is better than no quality. No, this
Where's
is
the
taken
wisdom?
when he is arrested. He is with his second girlfriend after Kayla. He's with the lady who died maybe of an overdose. The one who traded in the phone and got $1 for it. So the kids is with Kayla at this point, who is living at a halfway house and has a protective order against him. Maybe it's the lack of crack.
It's you just need a hook, Baker. You need a hook. Maybe get a ShamWow or something.
Me and Kurt is going to the DMV, pick up some ladies.
Sounds good.
The DMV?
Yeah, where do you meet dates? Where else can you be together with a woman for 4 hours and she can't move
Fair
anywhere?
to say that was your interaction with the defendant that day. Correct. Thank you. No additional questions. We're going to pass the witness.
Afternoon. Just real quick, I think that you said that the parking lot where you found Mr. Montgomery asleep in his vehicle was a place where unhoused people were known to park and sleep.
Correct.
And it's one of the reasons that you checked that place, because unhoused people are known to park and sleep there.
Correct.
Thank you.
Nothing further for this witness. Your Honor, I'd ask that he be excused, or I'd strike that. Nothing additional for this witness. Your Honor.
Okay, so you may step down.
I don't.
Not
I'm not asking
requesting.
You're not excused, but you may step down. Thank you.
Exactly. Well, if they, what? He was sleeping in his car. Okay. Once again, how does this, what are we doing here?
Your guess is as good as mine.
I mean,
I
he
know
was
that
a
he's
crackhead.
sure.
Of course he was sleeping in his car. What else?
I know that he's
What
yeah.
does that have to do with Harmony?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
that
pretty
he
much
wasn't with her, maybe? I don't know, but she could have been back with Kayla.
I think it's just timeline building, because there's no evidence of anything in that. And if maybe, I don't know, the next thing they could play is the interrogation video. We have all the physical evidence in, we have all the technical evidence in, we have, I believe, most of the witnesses in.
I hope so.
A lead detective to say that I did the detectiving. What was funny? I hope it was funny. Yeah, it's a bad thing to impersonate a core staff member.
A Coors Light staff member.
yeah, you don't want to do that. They have a union, I'm sure.
Yeah.
The only video we haven't seen so far is the one I showed the other day, where he's served with a notice to, I think he's served with a notice to produce something about Harmony, where he's standing smoking outside of a bar or something, and has to empty his pockets, and there's a needle and a syringe in his pocket, and not a syringe, syringe and what you use to shoot you up with.
Yeah, a needle. A needle.
According to Train Spotters, a spoon and a lighter.
No, but you put a syringe in the one with the is it the entire thing is the syringe, and then there's a needle on the syringe, or
Yeah, it's all one thing.
it's one of these things.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about 2:30, and we are going to end for the day today. I want to give you a little bit of additional information where I can. I like to try to give you a little bit of a roadmap about where things stand.
This one.
So,
plunger?
the evidence is coming in a little bit more quickly than we anticipated. People do the best that they can in terms of
quickly.
Estimating how much time a trial will take.
She doesn't understand the meaning of that word.
That the evidence will be in before the end of next week, and maybe even closing arguments and instructions. Originally we'd said 3.5 weeks, which would be well into the following week, and then there's periods for deliberation. And we don't try to estimate deliberations. Deliberations take as long as they take, so you need to plan that for that accordingly. But we do anticipate that the evidence will be
Deliberation in this case 5 minutes
before the end of next week, and possibly, as I say, closing arguments, final instructions, and then it would be time to deliberate. And deliberations take as much time as they take. That's the best we can say about that. So I just wanted to let you know that, as I said, I do like to try to give you some roadmap where I can. So that's some additional information for you. I also want to let you know, you've been seeing a lot of exhibits. The exhibits do go back into the jury deliberation room unless there's some reason why we don't send something back. But by and large, the documentary evidence, the photographs, video, that does go back into the jury deliberation room. Anything that doesn't go back, if you wanted to see it, I would bring you back into the courtroom to see it. So you'll have access to seeing all of the evidence. And as I say, the documentary evidence, things that have been
They
marked
market everything,
as
Richard.
full exhibits, those will be in the jury deliberation room with you. So I just wanted to let you know that as well, because you're hearing a lot of information, you're seeing a lot of information. So I did want you to know what you would have. We are now going to adjourn for the day. I remind you, and I can't say it strongly enough, you're now going to be gone for the next 3 days. Monday is a holiday. It's a court holiday as well. So you won't be here Monday, but I will have you come back at 8:45 on Tuesday. Do not do any independent research. Make sure that you are avoiding any media about this case. So don't watch anything about it on television. Don't look at anything on social media. Don't discuss it, again, not with each other or with anybody else. You don't want to hear what they have to say about it, and they can't hear what you have to say about it. So right now we just ask you to, keep an open mind. As I said to you at the beginning of the trial, you'll keep an open mind until all of the evidence is in and you are starting deliberations. Okay. So don't do any independent research. Don't drive by any of the locations. Don't look up the law. You will get the law from the court in the court's instructions at the conclusion of the case. And as I said to you earlier, you will also have all of that in writing as well. So for now, you've been an incredibly attentive jury. I'm so grateful for the time and attention you've been putting in.
Zip it.
So take a rest this weekend, try to enjoy the outdoors, and don't read the papers or the news. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you Tuesday morning, 8:45. All rise for the jurors, please.
Just keep it on in the background. And Marissa has already sent me her summation of the witnesses we heard today. We had told Adam, Travis Beach, childhood friend of Adam, helped Adam rent the U-Haul through Brendan Middleton. Adam said I effed up to him.
There may be some additional.
Did Your Honor, but I think you already addressed it actually at the very end of the juror statements about whether they might have to come back to view one of the or two of the exhibits. So you already addressed it. I did also have that date of birth with regards to the transport order that's necessary. And I can go downstairs and provide that to the clerk's office as soon as we get done here.
If you give it to the clerk here, she can assist. Mike has the rest of the information, but I said they would get the date of birth. It needs to go into a transfer.
I want to know who they're gonna get transported.
No other transport orders are needed for Tuesday. Okay. Yes, you look like you're ready. You're ready to say something.
I have perhaps two issues, maybe just one.
Okay.
It's about witnesses that are not on the witness list. During the course of the trial, apparently somebody contacted the tip line, was interviewed, gave information. The state has given us a recording of the interview. We've gone through it, but I have not. We've certainly had somebody trying to go through and see. I don't know, and I don't need to name that person now, I assume. So I don't know if we will be seeking to call this person. It's sort of a puzzle with sequestration when it's actually based on watching, as far as I know, the trial. So that issue, perhaps. And then as far as that sequestration issue, just the entire issue of Attorney Garrity speaking with Kayla Montgomery during the course of the trial. Again, I don't know. It's a thing to assess this weekend about whether or not we want to call him. I told you we would be perhaps preparing a motion to revisit the sequestration ruling by you.
So
neither are on the witness list.
Okay. Perhaps that individual could be advised anyway at this point not to continue watching the trial. We would have to, I don't know what, if anything, that person would be saying.
if
So we
anything?
might have to assess that. Everybody now has the same amount of information, and so I assume everybody could be prepared to deal with it. But if that person could be advised not to continue to watch the trial, I think that would be a good idea.
I guess we could get in touch with that person. We learned of this same individual Wednesday afternoon that Attorney Smith is speaking about. And within about 10 minutes of us getting the report, we immediately provided it over. We're also going to be looking at it, but I can tell you we've had no contact with this person. We'll certainly look at it. I guess we could ask whether or not our advocate could try to locate a phone number and maybe reach out and have her try not to watch anything additional for the sequestration, but we have no contact with this
Oh,
person.
this person there's just a tip line information. This person has not been interviewed.
Detective Rayhill
Oh.
interviewed it.
They did. Apparently, they called the tip line. If I can just summarize briefly, apparently they called the tip line Tuesday after having watched the trial for several days. And in response to the tip line, Manchester Police said, okay, and sent a detective over to interview, or excuse me, I believe she came into the station to be interviewed, provided a statement that was audio and video recorded. The detective wrote that up and forwarded to us about 3 hours later, along with a copy of the video of the interview. That report, again, 10 minutes after we got it, we sent it over to defense. The video, I'm about to say the state has not actually watched the video yet, but I have no reason to believe it's different than the report. But other than that, the state and certainly the Attorney General's office, we've had no contact with this person. If you are asking us, if you would like us to please reach out to them, then we are happy to be able to do that for the court to say, please do not watch anything else. But
I guess, Attorney Smith, do you have any
There are
feeling about that?
129 people here.
No,
Did any of you do
I
it?
think it's appropriate. I don't know that we have the phone number.
Did anyone call in and said,
I can't recall
Elaine
if
is
it's
really
in the report, so I
making
think
I
me
think it
out
can't
of want
hurt,
to live?
right? So I think it can't hurt. So if you have a phone number and
I mean,
someone can
it
reach
sounds
out,
like something I would say, but
tell
Dave,
that person
have you called court again?
to not watch.
the state can
or
do that,
read.
Your Honor.
I think it can't hurt, and then we can see where we are. So I would suggest that. In terms of any motion that you're going to file, let me ask you, given where we are, that would need to be filed like immediately, as soon as you possibly can. So where are you in the process of that? I mean, is it something that you could get to the court and to the state over the weekend?
Yes, yes. Oh, yes.
So just tell me where you are in that process.
opening
Brainstorming,
word.
Completing research. We were.
I have a piece of paper, Your Honor, but the rest of it, it's a little shifty.
Disc that we obtained of the bench conference. And I think we can piece it together. I think we will have it this weekend. If you're asking us to have it Saturday, we'll have it Saturday.
I mean, I would like to give the state an opportunity to look at it so they can craft a response. And I would like to look at whatever I can in advance. So we'll have to figure out. So what I'd like you to do is this. Tell me when you can reasonably get it. I know it's, I guess I want to know so that I can ask the state when they can reasonably get a response.
Sunday?
Okay, and
Your Honor, I guess we'll try to have a response to you so that it's Monday night. Less than 24 hours might be a little bit difficult, but we could try to have it to you Monday night or at the worst, at least Tuesday morning, so that when you come into the courthouse, it's there for you to be able to review before needing to take the bench.
so can you do this? Email them to each other as soon as they're ready.
Yes.
Just,
No, Dave, because they're told
and
not to.
email them to Clerk Scanlon as soon as they're ready. And
Oh, yes,
and he, I will speak with him if that's going to be a problem and they need to be emailed directly elsewhere. But that way I'll be able to get access to them, because if you upload them into the system, they won't be processed, so I can't see them. So just when you can, that would be useful. Any issue that you know of now, other than, you know, the context of your legal issue is just the sequestration issue, right?
And then the fact that there's two potential witnesses that have not been noticed to the jury.
Okay, but I'm talking about the legal issue within that.
Well, I think it would be appropriate to say that it's not just a matter of the sequestration and whether or not that was violated, but it also goes to the issue of exculpatory evidence and Brady and Lori, and what an appropriate remedy would be, either in the form of testimony or possibly an instruction or even both.
Okay, just helps me to be able to, because we're not going to have a lot of time, so we can all be thinking about it, even though we haven't seen your pleading. So, okay, so when you can, make sure you get that to the side, get it to.
Even the court feed's like, nah, I'm done.
Yeah. Come on, it's Friday.
Well, and I mean, generally I'm not on the state side, but how is the state supposed to know that someone's going to call in with a tip? It's
Yeah.
not, I mean, unless they planted them there, and I'm not going to go full tinfoil hat.
When you can, make sure you to continue watching the trial. We would have to ask you, given where we are, that would need to be filed like immediately.
Did they cut the
so-
feed? Yeah. It's the feed that dropped.
Oh, wow. Court TV is like, I'm out. It's
Yeah.
Friday.
Hey, Friday. I'm drunk.
Yep.
Lawn and cream. Nope. Feed has been cut. So, but yeah, let's go back and look at Marissa's work. Marissa is M. Young in chat, and you can come on, and you can see it all over on my Discord. We had Travis Breach, the guy who he told I F up. Tara Hilbert, Union Street property manager. Her kids played with the boys. Adam told her that he hadn't seen Harmony in years, helped Kayla after Adam's abuse. Jessica Guerin, a rehab worker, also worked at a Dunkin' Donuts, said Adam was shady when talking about his daughter. You had a protected witness, Nicole Giles. Friends from the halfway house saw Kayla with bruises all over, helped Kayla and Adam move things to Union Street. Saw dirty top Union Street apartment. Michael Dope, renter cop, saw some people add some phones to a machine. Adam changed his shirt. No one cares. Detective Bergeron took the phone from the machine, requested Walmart footage from Dopey. Boring even in dim light. I love her little add-ons. Louise Kratzwitsch, crime digital evidence, extracted Facebook messenger message from the phone from the machine, and Columbine cop. Juvenile detective school resource officer woke up Adam as seen on body cam footage. This is what we have been going through throughout the day. So, did it change much?
No, not for me at least, but
if you were a jury, would you cheat and search the case? I can clearly state no.
not that I know now how much goes into it.
No, and again, I've been doing this for 13 years. I don't look up stuff when I go home. We're not dissuaded to do it because most of our cases are one day. But sometimes the only thing is when because I live in the same city as the courthouse, so sometimes I know people who know people, and they might write something on Facebook about these MFers do stuff. I just don't look at it. But I'm used to doing that from when I was in politics. Never look up your work because you're always an idiot. Jamie, this
What?
one is for you.
Oh God, it's tiny. Hang on.
No size shaming, Jamie.
Hijo, Hijole Pedro. That means Jizo Pete's in Spanish, Baker.
Thank you.
Just so you know.
James, you are boring. Is defense going to have any witnesses? Well, at least 2 is on their witness list. And again, Adam can't get out of this if he doesn't take the stance. You wouldn't, simply because you had taken an oath saying you wouldn't, then I'd be eaten up with Catholic guilt and end up telling on myself. Yeah. And again, we don't take oaths, but we are not allowed to discuss how a deliberation goes on, what discussions we have in there. So I don't talk about that. I can talk about my cases, but I won't name names and stuff like that. Even I technically could do it, but I won't do stuff like that because you can look up the results if you want to. Clip it. We need to work on delivery. Yeah. But it's Friday. It's 8:45 my time. We are done for the day. They were fast today, which felt like running backwards through molasses that's frozen.
Mhm.
But
Yes.
I think I'm gonna. Oh yeah, Nicholas is having a fundraiser for SAC tonight. So everyone, if you want to support a good cause, you should go over there and support Nicholas. And like yesterday, I will jump on the Discord voice chat where we can, if anyone wants to talk down the day's stream, come on in, have a talk with us. We had a good discussion yesterday. I'll be hanging out for half an hour, something like that. If you are a member of the channel, the link to the Discord is in the description, and hopefully we'll put you in the right order because Iris is sick. She does all the work, and now she's sick. That's not good. So he won't take a stand. All his criminal history will put on display. He will look even worse. Yeah, but you can't get away from him as a prime suspect if you're not there to point the fingers on Kayla. Thank you, James, for being here. Everyone, go to that. I think is it. I can't remember what time it is. It's Friday. My brain is mush. Or maybe it's cream pied. Look how cute she is. A little cute.
I shouldn't be giggling like that. But
Thanks for watching. They have a motion to exclude his previous bad acts. Yeah. But they also had a motion to exclude that video we just saw. And
Yeah, but they excluded the content of the video.
Yeah, they couldn't bring in the parts where he talks to the police officer and says, I don't know. I want to talk to you. 2:45 Eastern Standard Time. It's 8:45. Yeah. Hey Joe, so glad to hear that because we try hard. But before we go,
Hey guys, it's Mo from Mo in the Deep End, and I am not doing Newsy News tonight. I am working on a time slot for members only Wigs Palooza because apparently Insomnia Me thought I needed all the new wigs. So we will be doing that. And then I want to this weekend do a bigger chunk of the Groves trial and possibly my thoughts on the Delphi case. But who knows? It is always a crapshoot, and it's snowing extremely hard outside. So I'll be stuck with my children.
Oh boy. Hey, Jamie, just hanging out. We'll have some fun next week, I guess.
this jury will convict him despite reasonable doubt. Nobody. It'll take, I will think, 90 minutes for a verdict to come back. That's my assessment right now. And other than that, oh, no one wants to see that ugly mug.
Oh my God, you're ridiculous.
Other than that, tonight at 9, the expert will have his usual Friday stream. Everyone should be there. It's a cluster mug. I will probably jump on because I can get to bed early, so I'll probably jump on early my time, which will be late your time. But everyone, thank you so much for watching, and let's see the haircut. It's just as it always is. If you want to talk a little bit about today, jump on in the Discord and we'll have a talk. And Becca Lynn, I will be sending people over there. If you want to go see the Fanny debacle with Legally Live, just hang out because it'll redirect to her. Make her say, hey, Baker in chat. So everyone, if you
say
go
hey
over,
to T-Bone.
if anyone goes over there, just write in chat, hey, T-Bone.
Hey, T-Bone.
Baker and the James that says hey, and Mo too.
Jamester.
Your Honor, I apologize. What exhibit are you referring to? I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. 100. Because it is 100% correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
You see the lawyer's face? Okay, we have to go back and they.
Widower case.
Did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
Wait a minute, I need this story time.
Everybody has.
Everybody has.
Everyone has slept with his mother.
If I showed you.
Oh my God.
I'm having a Jamie moment. And the way he just said it, he was just like, everyone did. Things on YouTube.
Mr. Randolph, do you?
I got that against the man. You don't know.
Called him chicken shit.
That's right, you was chicken shit.